Charlie Gold, I'm the president and founder of the Gold Institute. But before we get started, I just want to some housekeeping. If we can ask everybody to silence their phones or at least shut off the ringer, that would be helpful. There's coffee in the back, so if you need, feel free to try to do it as quietly as possible, and as well, the restrooms are in the back, are outside in the hallway, and again, feel free to come and go, but try to do it as respectfully as possible. I want to, as we begin, I want to acknowledge we have a delegation from Korea here with us. We have Chairman Yu. We have General Leem. The President General Shin as well. Secretary General Lee. The Advisor Moon. The Advisor Lee. And Advisor Kim as well. So I thank you for coming in for this important discussion. The Gold Institute is, well, I've been in Washington for about 20 years. Certainly not as long as some others here, but I've been here in Washington for 20 years focusing on policy. And about 6 years ago, what I noticed was there's a chasm between academic solutions and actionable solutions. Well, when you take a look at whether it's on Capitol Hill or in many think tanks, the people who are actually advising members of Congress and writing white papers on foreign policy are, I believe, the average age is probably about 28. People who've never been outside of the state that they grew up in, the university that they went to, and Washington. And what I noticed was we have a lot of policy solutions, policy prescriptions coming from Congress, coming from think tanks, and so on, including some of the think tanks that I've been part of. And the key thing that was missing, the key component that is missing, is experience. It is having that understanding, that knowledge of experience. So we created a think tank that has no scholars. We have 2 scholars. One focuses on missile defense, John Wall Center, and we have a scholar who focuses on terrorism. We certainly don't want any practitioners in that realm. So, but everybody that we have within the context of the Gold Institute, all 32 of us, are all practitioners, people who have sat in Congress, worked with Congress, spent their career engaging on policy with people. 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I stepped down as chairman. General Flynn, I asked General Flynn to take the position as chairman after about 4 years of harassing him. But about 7 months ago, General Flynn came on board as chairman. And we have, and everything that comes out of the Gold Institute, including the discussion here today, is not an academic discussion. It is all practical. It is all actionable. And everything that you hear today, you learn from today, is something that you are going to need in order to produce actionable policy. The other thing that I found that and this is very important, and part of the conversation that we had today about the Indo-Pacific, is the one thing that's lacking out of U.S. foreign policy is a cultural dynamic. Understanding the culture. If you don't understand the culture, you're not going to be successful. And we see that throughout the globe when the U.S. gets involved. So what we have within the Institute, which makes us unique, is we have 10 countries represented from various parts of the globe. So therefore, when it's time for the Gold Institute to engage and produce policy, we can understand and take into account the cultural dynamic. So therefore, we can create the most robust policy and robust discussions. I think that leads precisely why we're here today. When we take a look at the Indo-Pacific, there is very, very little engagement, discussion here in Washington about the Indo-Pacific. When we don't, people, whether it is congressional members, whether it is within administrations, and so on, really don't understand the impact and the importance of the Indo-Pacific, specifically to the United States itself, not to mention to the rest of the world. So therefore, we felt it was very, very important to have a conversation here today to really understand some of the issues, to understand what we're dealing with, and then to be able to take this as a starting point to produce serious policy to help shift the thinking here in Washington away from simply China, because that's the only thing that we talk about is China, and sometimes North Korea. Here it's important, and this is an opportunity to bring this front and center, this region, and put it and start engaging on that. So now that you know who we are, what the Gold Institute's all about, let me ask our chairman, General Flynn, to come up and for his thoughts and remarks. But I do want to mention one other thing, and that is that aside from the partners that we have that helped us put this together, it is important to acknowledge all of the staff at the Gold Institute who has worked tirelessly, sitting in the front of the room, sitting in the back of the room, but tirelessly to put this together. So thank you for that as well.
Okay. So Ellie and I were in earlier today, we were in another forum here about this same issue, and Ellie mentioned something as a reminder to me, and we were talking about sort of the, where America is at, and where, in this particular case, where the Republic of Korea was at. And one of the things that's very profound, and Ellie took over or created the Gold Institute from what was called the London Institute. Herb London was the founder of the London Institute, and actually the Hudson is originally the Hudson Institute, right?
He was president.
Or president, but it was named after it was named after Herb London. And so when Herb died, Ellie and I were together, and we were basically just talking about what should we do, because it was actually a pretty good, very effective organization. So we talked about it, and Ellie said, let's continue it, because Ellie kind of ran that. But one of the things we talked about this morning, because Herb is a really fascinating guy. I don't know how many books he wrote, probably 25 books. So fascinating guy, and I met him a couple of times. Very, very well, very learned guy. In the year 2000, I think it was around the year 2000, he wrote a paper. And this morning we were talking about one of the great things about the United States of America is innovation. We remain the most innovative nation on the planet. We just can't figure out what to do with the innovation. We can't manufacture it, certainly. But one of the things that Herb was asked in around the year 2000, at the end of the last millennium, was what was the greatest innovation in the last 1,000 years? Right? He wrote about it. What was the greatest innovation in the last 1,000 years? And Herb wrote about the greatest innovation in the last 1,000 years being the United States of America. Okay? That's a pretty powerful statement. I mean, that's a really, really powerful thing. If you believe that, and I believe that, I believe that. I probably needed to be reminded about that this morning, Ellie, but the United States of America is an experiment. It is an experiment. And for us to continue on with this experiment at the almost 250-year mark here, for us to do that, we're going to have to continue to sacrifice, and we're going to have to continue to do really smart things, and we're going to have to be really honest with each other and honest with our in our country, in the United States of America, with our elected leaders, right? And we're still able to do that. One of the things I want to recognize General Shin here in the front row. He and I have known each other for a better part of a couple of decades, and we have had a lot of fun over the years. And we work together. We've become friends, and we were friends then. We're still friends now, which is a good thing. And about a year or so ago, we started to talk about the lack of it's not just the lack of attention that we, the United States, does not pay to probably an area of the world that presents us the greatest adversary right now, certainly this century, but also some of the greatest challenges. And my brother's going to get up here in a minute and talk about some of those things from a very strategic and actually very tactical level, but not just from a military perspective, but from a sort of a geopolitical perspective. And we don't even talk about it. You won't find in any major newspaper, you won't find in any major cable news network or any major Asia-Pacific region, the Indo-Pacific region we call it now, right? You won't. You're not going to find it on the headlines. You're going to find some other stupid thing that we're talking about that has, that's meaningless. And or you're going to hear talk about, a fool's errand over in Europe. What is going on in the Middle East, and God, Middle East, Central Asia, you name it. I spent, half of certainly my career, if not my life, there. But I've always known since the time I was probably a mid-grade military officer that the future for the United States of America to continue to get another 250 years out of this experiment is out in the Asia-Pacific basin or the Indo-Pacific basin. And just little things like when we think about India, and I'm going to rattle off a couple things, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Charlie. India has, I think it's like 1.6 billion people. In the last probably 5 years, maybe 10 years, but certainly the last 5, India has taken 200 million people out of poverty. 200 million, right? We think about the size of the United States of America, we think about the size of our military, and we compare it to some of these other countries around the world. We're not that big, even though we feel like we are, and we feel that our way of life is the greatest way of life. But we still have our own internal challenges, and I do believe that. I do believe what I said about the United States being the greatest innovation, because I totally agree with her and who we are as a nation. But if we don't pay attention, again, to use two words that Ellie used, because he has schooled me on a lot of things. He used the word, alliances and reliance, right? Alliance and reliance. So you either want to be an ally of us and you are going to participate in this long-term endeavor for freedom, or you might want to be a reliance on the United States of America. And frankly, these days, with the leadership that we have now, and I think the direction that the American people are going to take us, not the people here in the Oval Office, or in the halls of Congress, or in our judicial branch. It will be the American people that will take this country forward, not the elected people. They will come and go, but believe me, yeah. So as I stand here today, I also want to echo thanks to our staff that hustled to put this thing together, and of course the University Club. And I want to thank you, General Shin, again for bringing this body to this forum and allowing us to have this discussion. And we have some great panels that are going to be up here in a little bit here. One last thing, and you all have it, because I'm not sure I even told you, Charlie. Let me borrow that. So we did a table drop or a seat drop of a map. It's got two sides, and this is really a set of a couple of slides that my brother General Charles Flynn is going to walk us through here for the next hour or so, and maybe Charlie, if you save a little bit of time for some questions before we transition into the next. Go to the beginning of the blank slide. Yeah, back. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that you all had that because I wasn't sure whether you could see. Come on up, Charlie. I wasn't sure whether you were going to be able to see all of that from where you're at, so you can kind of get an idea on a sheet of paper the scale of this region. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my brother who just recently retired from our great Army and from our great military after 4 decades of service, and probably 25% of it, maybe more, was serving out in this theater of war, so to speak, in very substantial roles. 25th Infantry Division, Deputy Commander of All Army Forces Pacific, and then he went on to become the Commander of All Army Forces Pacific. I don't even know how many people that is, but it's well north of 100,000 people that he was commanding. So, anyways, with that, General Charles Flynn.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I guess it's afternoon at this point, but it's just all blended together to me. Thanks, Ellie. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, to the Gold Institute. I'm the other Flynn, the quieter Flynn. My sister Mary's around here somewhere, so she's the sister who's wedged in between 2 General Flynns. Mike looks and is much more like our mother, and I look a little bit more like my father, and probably more like my father. So you're going to get a little bit of the bookends of our personalities of our parents too, and of the 9 children that are in that family. So, anyways, thanks for asking me to say a few things today about what all of us are facing. I found through my time serving in the military, but really 3 assignments out in the Indo-Pacific, that you cannot talk about this region unless you put a map in front of people. They don't understand it. And that's particularly true of people that live in the Western Hemisphere, and I'll just say in the continental United States. Don't know the difference between the Lombok Strait, the Sunda Straits, the Bering Straits. Don't really understand exactly what the first island chain looks like. What is the second island chain? What's Oceania? What's Melanesia, Polynesia? What are the subregions within the region? So, and another aspect of this is there's a complete lack of understanding about the geometry of that geography, okay? So I'm just going to say a direct flight from Honolulu, Hawaii to Guam is about 9.5 hours. A direct flight from Honolulu, Hawaii to Washington, D.C. is about 10 hours. And the reason I point that out is you're not actually even in the region when you're in Guam. You're in the second island chain. That's how big this area of operations is. It's massive. One other statistic, roughly 6.2 of the, or I'll say 60%, north of 60% actually, of the entire globe's population lives in that region of the world, in the Indo-Pacific, okay? And by some estimates, 2040-ish, 7 out of 10 people in the world are going to live in that part of the planet. So the last century was defined by the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union, and I would say Europe and the Soviet Union and the United States. That's the last century. This century is going to be defined by the relationship between the United States and China, or more broadly, the United States and that of the region of the Indo-Pacific, or Asia-Pacific. There are 2 continents out there, Asia. People don't really remember that Australia is a continent. And then there's a land bridge that connects those 2 continents, which is the archipelago land bridge of Southeast Asia. You also have the Arctic etc. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to walk you through the subregions through my lens of what's going on, what's been happening, and after that, I'm going to very quickly just say, I'll give you some thoughts on what I think the United States, from a military perspective, ought to be doing. But I do want you to put your thinking cap on when I go through the region and the subregions and the threats that are metastasizing out there and creating a challenge for us. One other point before I get into this, and actually Mike just sparked a thought in my mind when he was talking, and then I also thought about where we are calendar-wise. Just a few days ago was the 7th of December. And on the 7th of December, 1941, at least in U.S. history, there's this deep belief that that's when the Second World War started. That's actually incorrect. What happened in 1931 in the Mukden incident is when a railroad track was destroyed, and what happened was Japan invaded into the Asian continent. Okay, and then there was a series of regional wars throughout that decade. Spanish Civil War in Europe, the Italians and the incursion into Ethiopia and North Africa, the Finns in the Soviet Union in the Arctic. I could go on. You're completely aware of many of you are completely aware of the Sino-Japanese wars, and then of course you get into 39 and later, right? Now Japan's going into Southeast Asia, etc. My point is this. When we say in the United States World War II, that's incorrect. It's actually world wars that were going on. There were wars in Europe. There were wars in Africa. There were wars in the Middle East. There was war in the Arctic. It was a global war. And if you draw parallels to today, there's a lot of regional wars going on. We've got a regional war going on in Europe. There's a regional war going on in the Middle East, and has been. Some might say there's a regional crisis going on in South America. Well, the last thing that any of us, and I'll say certainly the United States, can afford is another war in the Indo-Pacific, in that region. Because if that region has a regional war breakout, we are in essentially a global war, in my view. So we all collectively, and I mean mankind, has to do everything that we possibly can do to prevent a war from breaking out in this region. And on top of that, we've got to temper, tame, stabilize, create conditions to bring down the temperature in these other regional wars. Otherwise, we're going to not appreciate that outcome. So if that's a stark warning to everyone in here about the state of affairs where we are globally, I hope it is. Okay, so now to the map. And you have one in front of you. You can watch the visual, and maybe as you're watching the visual and you're hearing my words, I'll just outline to you what's unfolding. Okay, first build. And again, I'm going to go by subregions here, and I have no idea who's on the
Right here.
Okay, great. I don't know if it's coming up or not, but the first one will be out in effectively, I'm talking about South Asia. Okay, so if I were to expand that ellipse, it would actually go from Vietnam to Pakistan. But let me describe to you a series of things that are happening there. So in yellow is the Western Theater Command, and I'll get to the rest of the Chinese theater commands across China. But the red lines to the west, going through, I'll say, the stands into Central Asia, and then the line going through Pakistan are ground lines of communication that the Chinese are building as part of the Belt Road Initiative. Those extend out to ports into the Indian Ocean. So what was once a 4-month trip through Western China into Central Asia is now a 4-week trip, because they've cut ground positions through there to move vehicles, trains, etc., etc. You see the red area along what's referred to as the line of actual control. That line of actual control that separates India and China. What's happened in the last 5 to 7 years is they've built rail, road, infrastructure to move laterally. And what they've also done is they've put surface-to-air missile systems and heliports and troop movements in and out of there to the tune of about a corps worth of rotating forces from China in and out of there. That's anywhere from about 20 to 30,000, depending on how much you look at. Okay, and then the infrastructure, which is actually the most concerning part of this thing. Okay, so that's why when India feels the way they feel about encroachment, then that's what's happening out there. Okay, something else that's happened out there, you don't see the names, but there's 2 small countries that sit up along that line of actual control called Nepal and Bhutan. There's been incursions into both of those countries where they've actually taken ground. They take terrain, and then they occupy it, and the next thing you know, you've got this border problem or this sovereignty problem, which is happening widely out in this region. The flashpoints there, the 2 center red ink spots, that's essentially the situation that's going on in Bangladesh. And then you see that little yellow marker there with, looks like 2 people running. That's in a place called Cox's Bazar. That Cox's Bazar, I've been to Cox's Bazar. That's the Rohingya refugee camp in Pakistan. Okay, how did that happen? Well, I'm sorry, in Bangladesh. How did that happen? Well, Myanmar was, beginning to become unstable. They asked Bangladesh to accept 125,000 refugees. Bangladesh said, obviously, they said yes, bring them in. All the peace, NGOs, PVOs come up, money. And then their gift from Myanmar's lawlessness after that was another 750,000. So when I went down there a couple of years ago, there's 1.3 million refugees down there. Most of these people don't have a shirt and a pair of shoes. Most of them are under the age of 28, and they're having 30,000 babies a year. So it is just a ticking time bomb that's happening in Bangladesh. Is it's basically the size of Illinois, and it has nearly a third of the population of the United States, all packed into a very, very, very small country. So the point I'm making here, one other point I'll make is you see a red line that goes through on the map. It says Burma. It's the same as Myanmar. Myanmar is basically I would consider it ungoverned space at this particular point. Cutting ground locks through there to get to the port, to create the ability to have access into the Bay of Bengal and get out into the Indian Ocean. So why am I outlining all this for you? I'm outlining all this for you because if I just look at the map and I go from Pakistan to Vietnam, you've got challenging security situations in Laos, Cambodia, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. It's challenging in that area because you're over the top. You're being pressured and coerced by China's economic weight. And then they put this buildup along the line of actual control separating India and China, and it becomes a very, very dangerous security situation. I like to refer to this area as this is why it's really important for the United States to maintain relations with Vietnam, Thailand, and India. The 2 bookend countries in South Asia, and then the country right in the middle. And by the way, Thailand is a treaty ally of the United States. Now, the other ones that I was talking about in there, again, small, and just the weight of China on top of them is very, very difficult for them. Okay, next build. I'm going to stay on this for just a second because there's an important part on here that I want to mention. It's in the blue up there. That blue line probably should be much wider in my delivery here. That blue line, and you look, there's some red markers along the top of it. It kind of looked like soccer goal posts or field goal posts. That is supposed to represent the Mekong Delta. Okay. Okay. So what is the Mekong Delta? Well, in South Asia, the Mekong Delta is water. It's life. It's agriculture. It's transportation. It's power. It's damn near everything. Okay. And what has China done over the last 5 to 7 years along the Mekong? They've doubled the amount of dams along that delta. Why? So they can choke off water. And when you choke off water and you can't have a second harvest, or you got to go to China for permission to have a second harvest, you can see, again, the economic and in many ways the environmental coercion that they have over the top of these small countries that just can't bear the weight of that insidious way that they go about their activities there. Elsewhere in Southeast Asia, I put a couple of circles up there, obviously because of the South China Sea. 60% of the global GDP flows through there. I don't have a pointer in front of me, but the Malaccan Strait. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Malacca Strait. So around that circle, where the word Malaysia is right there, or Singapore, that is the tip of the Malacca Strait. Okay, so I'll just give you when I was a major general, I actually went to the city of Malacca in Malaysia on one side of the Malacca Strait, and I sat there, and I'm an infantryman by branch inside my army, and I thought to myself, wow, if I had a pair of binoculars and I had an artillery battery of 105s, not a very, they're still formidable, but they're small. And I had a forward observer, I could shut down the Malaccan Straits very, very easily. It's probably 2.5 miles at its widest spot. Not hard to pinch off. But anyways, the South China Sea, that's why it's so contentious, amongst a number of other reasons. But the fact of the matter is, and I put those circles up there because if I go back to my time re-entering back into the Indo-Pacific as a 2-star commander in 2014, if you recall, they were building islands in the South China Sea. And what did the United States tell them? Don't build the islands, and they built them. And then the next line was, don't militarize the islands, and they militarized them. And then we said, don't arm the islands, and they armed them. So they built them, they militarized them. What do I mean by that? Barracks, airfields, piers, ports, warehouses, a couple of radars, and then they put weapons on. So we have this repeated pattern of don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. And they may say, yeah, we're not gonna, but they just keep on marching on. And so now what do they have there? They have features. Now what do they have? Lawlessness. Now what do we have? Lawfare going on. And all you need to do is watch the news and see the pressure that each of those countries that own and territorially, by law, have property, and their territorial sovereignty and their national sovereignty and their territorial rights are being violated. Next build. I'm going to kind of go back to that last build. Again, just the geometry of the geography here. Asian continent. Archipelago land bridge that connects Asia to Australia. This is Oceania. 3 plates come together of cultures. Melanesia, Polynesia, Micronesia, all out here in Oceania, okay? So what is China doing out there? Here's what they're doing. They bring money. They get into a loan with a tribal leader, a business leader, a military leader, an elected politician. They can't pay the loan back. And when they can't pay the loan back, they take terrain. What's that terrain look like? They go and get an airfield. They go and get a warehouse. They go and get pier positions. They go and get access to a port. And then they get into their IT backbone. Then they get into their electrical grid. And then we have one hell of a time getting them out. Okay? These small countries, those blue waves on the map there, those indicate natural disasters. They don't care about near-peer competition. Heck, a lot of them don't even have armies. There's only 2 or 3 armies out in Oceania. Most of them just have a police force. They only really care about being able to recover from a natural disaster because those islands can get wiped out. Okay? So, and what do they need from us? Not much. I'll go to that later. There's another, so there's money bags up there, and then there's some police shields. Here's another tactic that China has taken in these small islands. So the loan activity goes on, the corruption that goes from that, et cetera, and then they deploy the People's Armed Police. By the way, the Chinese army is the largest army in the world. It's 1.4 million people in uniform. That's just their active force. The People's Armed Police is actually bigger than the army. The police go out into these islands and they bring police equipment and they bring police training, and then they get into their judicial system. Then they get into their law enforcement apparatus. Okay, so the point I'm making here is like, we cannot cede that terrain. We were enabled by it in extraordinary ways during the Second World War. That was the whole island hopping campaign. In fact, that's where MacArthur lived and operated down there, and many of the old units that I were in. But the point I'm making here is these are not insignificant. These are incredibly significant. And the way I always describe that particular ellipse is actually the doorstep to the homeland, to the U.S. homeland. And you may say, well, what do you mean by that? Well, go to the next build. Because the next ellipse is the one that goes out to the second island chain. And I remind people all the time, America's day starts in Guam. It starts in the second island chain. Those are U.S. citizens out there. Those are U.S. nationals out there. The Northern Marianas, the Federated States of Micronesia, the Marshall Islands, Kwajalein. We cannot forget about this part of the homeland. The United States is not just a Pacific nation because of our history projecting into the region. It's that we have skin in the game. Why? Because the United States homeland goes all the way to the second island chain. So we have responsibilities all the way into this region. And again, I think if you live in the lower 48 sometimes, you just simply, this is not something on your mind. And again, I pointed out the air travel part of this thing in the beginning to point that that's how far this is away. It's on the other side of the date line. Next build. I can't give this briefing without talking about the Arctic, okay? Because again, the Arctic is part of this region. That's why this area of the world is so complex. It's got so many things going on in it that it requires our attention from start to finish in the United States. We have to understand what is happening out here. Okay, now to the Arctic. This is the way I describe the threats in the Arctic. In the Arctic Circle, Russia is inside the Arctic Circle looking out. They've been in it for a long time. China is outside the Arctic Circle looking in. They're trying to get in there in various ways. A lot of it's through research, a lot of it's through test, a lot of through science and technology, and a lot of it's just from spying. But a lot of it is to also gather an understanding of what that means to be able to operate in those conditions there. And then the United States, if you were to take that line, I'd say we have a foot on one side and a foot on the other. Sometimes we want to be an Arctic nation, other times we don't want to be an Arctic nation. I'm just going to point to my own service. For more than 20 years, we had forces, when Mike and I were younger, we had forces that operated in the Arctic, and they were very good in the Arctic. And then we went to war during the global war on terror, and that was almost primarily in the Middle East. We changed the color of our vehicles to desert, and everything we had could operate in an arid desert environment. Nothing was able to survive in the Arctic, okay? So when I was in command, I made the case to create the 11th Airborne Division, which has a deep history in the Pacific from the Second World War. And we converted the forces in Alaska to an Arctic division. Why? To regain our proficiency and our skill to operate in the Arctic. The Air Force also moved, I'm not sure the number, but there's a number of F-35s up there. I know it's more than 25, but they also poured more into the Arctic. That to me there's goodness there. But my point here is we have to do more because we lost a lot of skill and a lot of proficiency on being able to live, operate, and then be able to fight, at least from the military standpoint. If you can't live in the Arctic, you can't survive. If you can't live, then you can't operate in the Arctic. You can't turn vehicles on, you can't fly helicopters, you can't shoot missiles, you can't do anything. So then you can't fight. So to regain the skill of being able to operate in the Arctic takes a lot of work. And ours was nearly zero just as recent as 4 or 5 years ago. I'm happy to report that that is being regained, but it is going to be slow, and it's going to be hard, and it's going to be challenging, but we have to be in the Arctic. We can't have a foot astride of the Arctic Circle. We have to commit to it. Why? And I'm going to tell you, over the top of the globe, if you can shave off 14 to 21 days of transit for fuel, minerals, you name it, you open up all kinds of markets that you previously didn't have. Okay? We have to be in the Arctic. We are an Arctic nation. The amount of resources that are in the Arctic are massive, and we have to commit to it. I think that I may be off a little bit on the numbers because I haven't studied it in about a year, but I think we had 4 icebreakers. I actually think the administration just got into a deal to pick up 20 from countries over in Europe that already have those icebreakers that we need, to get into our. But again, that's just another indicator of we kind of walked away from it, and we can't walk away from it. We have to be in the Arctic. We're an Arctic nation. We have forces up there. We have to learn how to operate, and we can regain some of these skills pretty quickly, but it's going to take an investment. Next bill. Okay, so I'm going to bring your attention to the line in Russia, and it says EMAD. That is the EAMD. It's the Eastern Area Military District, okay? So that part of the Russian army in the beginning of the war mobilized. And then as the war got deeper into 22, because we'll call it February of 22 when it started, when they got deeper into 22, what did Putin do? Well, Putin started reaching into the deep stores that are out in the Eastern Military District because they had depots that were massive, okay? Ammunition, parts, and equipment. And they started retooling all of those and then rebuilding many of the rail lines that are coming out of Siberia. Why? Because he basically took that part of his army to feed his war machine to sustain his operations in the Ukraine. So when people say they're running out of this and they're running out of that, they got plenty of people. They don't care about their people, but they got deep stores out there. And, Putin may be evil, but he's not stupid. And he's been doing this now for many, many years. And the point I make here is that he basically gutted his army in the east. He kept other things out there, but he gutted his army in the east to feed his war machine. That's why that is so important to him. Now, there's a little bit of a vulnerability out there with his army, okay? But the fact remains there's deep stores up in eastern Russia. There's factories out there that they retooled, and they're using them. The rest of this ellipse points to the rest of the theater commands inside of China. The Northern Theater Command, Central Theater Command, Southern Theater Command, and the Eastern Theater Command. And then, of course, I have the depiction of the missiles coming out of North Korea, and then a tension there between Russia, Japan, North Korea, and the United States, really, in the northern tip of the first island chain. If you look at the Aleutian Islands, I refer to the Aleutian Islands as part of the first island chain because the Aleutians run all the way down into Japan, Southwest Islands, Taiwan, down into the Philippines. I go across what is Indonesia and Timor-Leste into Australia. Okay, to me, that's the first island chain. It's not just, Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines. It's much bigger than that. But anyways, there's 5 regional theater commands inside of China. I'll just very quickly say, in an interview earlier today, I think what's lost often is this, is that Xi came into power in the 12-13 time frame. By 2015, there was a modernization effort. There was a capability, advanced capability effort as part of that modernization. There was a reorganization of his military, and then there were training reforms that they put in place. Many of those they copied right from us. Okay, that all started to coalesce in 2015. Okay, I arrived out there as a 2-star in 2014. And the way I would say it is this, that what I have seen from 2014 to 2024 is that is a very, very dangerous trajectory of exercising and training and, I would say, rehearsing the invasion of Taiwan. There may be discrete parts of it, but they are certainly preparing a force to do what President Xi has directed them to do, which is not invade by 2027, be prepared to invade by 2020. And military people, be prepared means get ready. Okay? 2035, he wants a modernized army. First-class, world-class modernized army by 2035. Those are his stated goals under his national rejuvenation. So these theater commands were reorganized. He modernized. He baked in his training reforms, and they have created a anti-access area denial, so A2AD arsenal that is historical and very, very dangerous. And it was created to defeat the 2 strengths of the United States. Our maritime supremacy, our naval arm, and then our air supremacy, our air arm. Okay, that's the primary reason why this anti-access area denial arsenal was created, to push us back and to be able to defeat, deny, delay, destroy, if you will, parts of our 2 strengths, our air and naval power. Secondarily, it was designed to degrade, deny, and disrupt our cyber and space capabilities, of which they are putting things on orbit at an alarming rate, and their cyber operations and cyber force is world class and active very, very every day, every night. They're doing things to undermine our efforts. So that's been their effort, and their buildup is on a dangerous trajectory when you tie their buildup to their rehearsals, their joint training, and the reforms that started in, I'm going to say, in the 2014, 2015 timeframe. So why do I say that? Well, it's 2025. And again, back to my historical analogy in the beginning, World War II for Americans started in 1941, but it actually didn't. It started in 1931. So really the question is, where are we in that 10-year window? I don't know, but I don't think it's year 1. Okay? And President Xi is 71 years old. And you can see the other markers he's given his force. Now, much of what I just talked about is the military instrument. Why? Because every day that I woke up when I was out in that region, that's all I really thought about was the military instrument to do this. But in that picture, you have 3 major threats against the United States: China, North Korea, and Russia. So when I say that this century is going to be defined by the relationship between the United States and China, I mean it, because that's what is going to happen this century. It's going to either be to the benefit of the freedoms, prosperity, and stability and peace of that region and the globe, or it is not. It is not, because those regional wars and another regional war out here will turn into something that none of us and mankind are going to want to see or be a part of, because it's going to be not very helpful for progress and peace. If you could just hold there for 1 second. A couple of points I want to make before I go into the backside of that slide, which is kind of, what do we do? There's some areas that I haven't talked about, but I need to talk about before we go into this part. I'll just pick two because they're of great interest to me. Well, actually, I'll pick three of great interest to me, but I'll just say they're sectors that the Chinese have taken action over years and years to dominate. What is China's near-term goal? Regional hegemony. What is China's long-term goal? Global dominance. Okay, that is their aspiration. The first thing we can't allow to happen is regional hegemony. What have they done? I describe it through three words that start with the letter I. The first is incremental. They have been at this for a long time. Okay. The second is insidious. I just outlined to you all the insidious activities that they conduct globally, but I just painted this through these subregions across the Indo-Pacific. And then the last one is irresponsible, and that's mostly in lawfare, information warfare, and then there's a form of economic warfare that they've been bludgeoning us with and taking sectors away from us, in addition to the buildup of the military instrument. So let me go over three. Critical minerals, rare earth elements. 90% of the processing of concentrates, so you need concentrates of critical minerals to make batteries, magnets, semiconductors, you name it. Everything that operates, from a refrigerator to a toaster to a microwave to an EV to a precision-guided ammunition, a ship, you name it. We don't own end-to-end the supply chain of critical minerals and rare earth elements. Why? Because we walked away from processing. Processing is the dirty work out of iron. When iron ore comes out of the ground, it's got to go get processed. It's got to go get processed to do physical separation and physical beneficiation so you can get concentrate. You can get purity of the critical minerals to actually make a magnet, make a battery, etc. 90% of that processing happens in China. So when we think we're going to make these batteries and magnets and electric vehicles, etc., 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 we're going to have a hell of a time making ships if we don't own end-to-end critical minerals and rare earth elements, or at least work with our allies and partners across the globe to box out China from the dominant position that they've overtaken us in over the last 20 years. Pharmaceuticals. All of you in this room, I think, remember COVID, right? Okay. I'm the G3 of the United States Army. Basically, in civilian terms, I'm the chief operating officer of the Army, and we quickly find out we got a problem with penicillin. 92% of the penicillin globally is made in China. This a few years ago. But you can also go to other pharmaceuticals. Some of the medicines that we're getting in the United States are not of the quality that they need to be. Why? Because just like critical minerals and rare earth elements, they've gone into that sector and they've taken it over. And the last one, I'll just say, is the information warfare and lawfare that's going on. This is active every day out there in cyber and in country. So let me give you an example of how this works. Some of you are probably aware of farmland in the United States being purchased. Some of that land is not necessarily farmland, but it might be land near military installations. Okay. So I'm not going to go any further on that side, but I'm going to tell you what's happened out in Asia because I saw this. They go into countries And there are areas and countries that we operate in routinely, training bases, et cetera, live fire areas, and they buy land near those locations. But they go further. They own 85, 90% of a telecommunications company, and on that land they put up a tower. And on that tower there's things. And then they own 70% of a media company. And then they purchase a couple of other surrogates who are bot farms, I'll call. And what they're doing is they're spewing mis- and disinformation about the West and the United States and the relationship between the country that we're in and operating with. And we lose every day and twice on Sunday. It's happening in such a pervasive way out there that we just don't have enough to see it all and know it all and counter it all. And until we get into the place where we're going to begin to call some of these activities out, we're going to be losing every day and twice on Sunday. So that's just 3 areas: critical minerals, rare earth elements, medicine, pharmaceuticals, and then information warfare, and then the lawfare associated with, whether they're doing that legally, illegally, or all the things that they conduct that are just nefarious or, as I said earlier, insidious. Okay, so again, I'm a year out of uniform. I'll just tell you what my view on how to do this. I want to take you back a little bit to some comments I made earlier. So why did they create this area, anti-area access denial arsenal of missiles, rockets, sensors, space, electronic warfare? They did that primarily to defeat our air power and maritime power. And it is so important for the United States. Again, I'm an Army officer, but I will tell you it is vitally important for the United States to have ships and to have airplanes. It's also vitally important for us to have precision munitions, satellites, you name it. We have to have them. Why? Because the United States Navy and the United States Air Force provide a capability that nobody else in the globe can do. What is that? They keep the global commons open. The sea lanes move and the air traffic moves because of the state of the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy. That's what they do. Every day they're able to keep those actions moving. So they built an A2AD arsenal to defeat that. Secondarily, why did they build it? They built it to deny, disrupt, and defeat our cyber and space capabilities. Here's what they didn't do, and my view on how to counter this is what they didn't account for in that anti-access area denial arsenal that they built. They didn't count on land forces being distributed, dispersed, mesh networked, reloadable, mobile, and networked with the allies and partners that we have in the region, like the 28.5 that we have in Korea, like the 70,000+ that we have in Japan, and the little bit that we have in Singapore. But that's all we really have. So my point is this, is that the actual security architecture of Asia is really defined by the armies. Now, when the United States, and many in the United States look at that map, they see a lot of blue, and they say, that's an air and maritime problem, and we're going to solve that with standoff munitions and more ships and airplanes, et cetera, et cetera. When I look at that map, that's not what I see. I look at that map and I see people, I see borders, I see sovereignty, and I see terrain. Okay, because everything that I was describing to you before is about violating the territorial integrity and the national sovereignty of each one of these countries. These countries turn to their armies for security. Why? Because they're the central institutions in every one of these countries for their security. Let me go through a few facts. The Indian military, 80% of the Indian military is its army. The Thai military, 75% of its military is its army. Indonesia is 17,500 islands. 75% of its military is its army. The Philippines, 7,500 islands. 70% of its military is its army. They actually have more divisions than the United States Army does. Okay? I could go on and on. My point here is they cannot afford large air forces and large navies. That's why the United States Navy and the United States Air Force is so important. But what's missed in all of that is that this network of allies and partners between the United States Army, the United States Marine Corps, the United States Special Operations Forces, and the massive land forces that are in the region, that is the greatest counterweight that we have to China. We need to be out on the ground, in the interior of these countries, and I'm not talking about being permanently out there. What I'm talking about is rotationally, dynamically. When they are in need, we are there to help them, okay? We're trying to help them solve their territorial violations by adversaries. We're trying to help them understand how to secure their environment. We're trying to help them with new organizations, new technologies, new capabilities, new ways of training. We need to be the role model for the forces in the region to be able to say, this is your territorial integrity. These are your borders. This is your national sovereignty. How do you want to solve this problem? I want to solve it by A, B, and C. We say, okay, here's some tech we can bring you. Here's some consideration for training. Here's some reorganization you might want to consider, and help them solve these problems. Not be there to be the only thing that's going to solve the problem, but to help them solve the problem. Because these are their challenges, it's their neighborhood, and we need to enable, assist, and augment them. So I know Mike started in the beginning, large group from Korea in here, 70 years ago, right? The peninsula, Korean peninsula, was flattened from a war, okay? You're the 10th wealthiest nation in the world today. 10th wealthiest nation in the world today. That's an example, and I could go through Japan, the Philippines, etc. That is an example of what we can do and what we have to get back to doing. I know I'm on a short leash here. I'm just going to go very quickly, hit all three of them. I guess my point, what I'm saying here, again, this is militarily, I think we have to reorganize our forces, and we have to be able to generate and project that power into the region. And then we have to campaign forward. And what I mean by that is the United States has national security objectives. And where those national security objectives align and match with the security objectives of our allies and partners in the region, then we need to be there to help and assist and enable and provide confidence to this region. And then the last one is positional advantage. We are not in a position of advantage right now. I'll just go to the sectors that I talked about, from rare earth and critical minerals to oil and gas to pharmaceutical to informational. We are also not in a military position of advantage, and we have to be very active in getting forward and being out there with a network of allies and partners that we have, because in my view, the greatest counterweight that we have to China's incremental, irresponsible, insidious activities over the last 2 decades is this network of allies and partners that can operate in a very asymmetric way and run plays that are different than the plays that we've been running for the last 20 to 25 years. Thank you very much. I probably didn't leave any time for questions, though.
We have time for 2 questions, no speeches, but we do have questions. John?
Yeah, what possible benefit could be had from either Taiwan or Korea or both, or even Japan, having a doomsday weapon to deter an all-out war? Namely, the fire, if you could put a nuclear warhead or 2 on the 3 gorges dam, you could have, I've seen numbers that would create tidal waves that would wind up in Shanghai in 24 hours, put it under 10 feet of water.
So,
It would maybe destroy
What's your-
their arable land. Oh,
what-
I'll do it quickly, Ellie.
what's the question?
Well, what I'm wondering, if there's a doomsday weapon that could blow up the Three Gorges Dam. It would be fired at a submarine launch cruise missile or something. That thing would create a 100-foot high tsunami that would wind up flooding the arable land all the way until it got to Shanghai. And it could lead to 400 to 600 million fatalities in China.
I don't know, what's your question?
Well, I'm asking, what do you think
What do I
that
think?
kind of deterrent value would work?
Well, I'm not sure what a doomsday weapon is, but
Well, it's like what Putin has. It's I'm taking you with me, the Samson option, if you start an all-out war.
I mean, the nuclear buildup of China, as the previous Stratcom commander said, there is a, he termed it as a breakout. They're generating, a nuclear capable force that is, again, part of the trajectory they're on. I'm not going to stand here and give you some speculation on what a doomsday is going to happen. I mean, I don't know. All I know is this much, is that the buildup of forces is historical, and we had better pay attention to it. Because there's other things going on, as I said, in those other sectors. When you look at the sum total of the activities, this is not the time to sit back. This is a time to be urgent and have focused attention on these areas. And it's not what we say, it's what we do. We have to do things now to get out from the pinch that we're in all of these areas. One more?
Pretty profound. I'm Dr. Michael Krauss. I'm a soldier no longer young. I'm privileged to serve. My question really centers back on what General Flynn mentioned earlier in innovation. And the review that you just made is, one, scary, two, a profound wake-up call for our nation. And the American nation will lead that. But my question is innovation. Now, in the Indo-Pacific, we're at a disadvantage. Underwater, the Chinese have built buoys. They are at our ports. They are monitoring our ship movements, commercial and academic, as you probably know. Innovators are out there that are working that problem. And I'd like to introduce some of that at a different time to you and perhaps General Flynn, because that can be very, very helpful.
Yeah.
So my question is, what innovative things are we doing in the Indo-Pacific to help to begin to thwart this threat?
Yeah. I mean, autonomous systems, undersea, on the terrestrial layer, in the air, in space, hypersonics. There's a lot of things going on out there with artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics. So let me say this. I think it's not, there's no one technology that's going to win this, right? It's a combination of the following. You have to reorganize. You have to repurpose, rebuild, and introduce new capabilities. And then in the middle of that is you have to accelerate and introduce new technologies all the time. Those three give you new concepts. And what I'm saying is that should be scary and it should be stark. But they are not 10 feet tall. Okay? And we are doing things out there that are throwing them off their plan. So anytime that we can inject doubt, anytime that we can feed paranoia into a very small group of leaders, then we should be doing that militarily, we should be doing that economically, we should be doing that in the information space. I mean, I have an equation for deterrence. It's posture plus capability plus messaging plus will. We have to have the political will and the national will to confront this. We need to broadcast, message, and call out their insidious, irresponsible, and incremental behavior. We need to get into a different posture in the Indo-Pacific, and we need to introduce new capabilities, some of which I just talked about. If we don't do all of, and that's just in the military sphere, but this hits everything from the organic industrial base to the defense industrial base. We can't build those things that we're talking about unless we actually own the supply chain end to end of the critical minerals to actually make the things that we need to have the instruments to counter what they're doing. My point here is that there is a lot of good going on, and they are not 10 feet tall. They've got a problem. I mean, hell, the last time that we did this properly was the Incheon Lambing, and we had all kinds of problems, okay? That is a highly, highly complex operation to take a force and deliver it to an island 100 miles away, seize it, hold it, subjugate the people. It's not going to happen easily. But what I'm saying is that the Chinese Navy and the Chinese Air Force, and this runs afoul of a lot of experts around here, they believe that the Navy is the center of gravity for the Chinese military. It is not. They have to deliver the Army. The Army has to mobilize, move, combat configure, combat load, and then cross the strait. That buys us all kinds of time if we're watching it. But we're not watching it because we don't pay attention in the Army because everybody thinks that the Navy is going to invade Taiwan. They're not. Last time I looked, the Navy and the Air Force can't invade Taiwan. You have to deliver an invasion force. So my point is, we need to get all of our tools in the game and counter what they're doing, and we can't back off. We have to call this out. So that's why it's capability, posture, messaging, and will. And we have to be focused, and we have to give purpose, and we have to get out there. We can't sit back and say, this will all go away. It won't go away. It's not going away. Yeah. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, General. We're just going to keep on chugging along here. We're moving at lightning pace. So our next panel, I want to call up our next panel and the panelists. We're going to be focused on rethinking America's defense approach in the Indo-Pacific, adjusting strategies for a changing security landscape. So I'd like to our moderator, our host is Steve Lance, a journalist from Epoch Times. I'd like to ask General Leem to join us on the and Bradley Thayer. General Leem was the former deputy commander for the Republic of Korea U.S. Combined Forces Command. Bradley Thayer, founding member of the Committee on Present Danger, China, a China Fellow, and the American Freedom Alliance. So thank you.
Hey, while we're doing this little adjustment here, if you have to use the restrooms, there are restrooms right out here, but there's also some downstairs too. So if that is too crowded in there, and just as we're going through the panel, what we're going to try to do, like we just kind of did with my brother, we're going to try to have a little bit of time for some questions at the end, not too much. So be careful of statements and stuff if we do have time for questions, because I want to have a little bit, okay? And we are interpreting. So there's some interpretation going on up front here. So if you heard a little bit of murmuring, there's interpretation going on. Yes, sir. You guys ready? Okay.
May I suggest you to have the people from Pacific decolonize, and maybe you have cooperation with those countries.
Sure.
To help you.
Why don't you come on up and sit down? Come on up. Come on up. We got an extra chair because I think we got people that don't come. So you volunteered. Yes. I love being in the military. No, not right now. You go sit down. You go grab a seat. That's what happens when you volunteer. Okay? Okay.
Testing.
How do you do?
So I have a brief speech prepared for everybody, and I think we just need to give General Charles Flynn another round of applause. Really unbelievable. What a privilege and an honor. It's truly my honor to stand before so many great patriots, courageous defenders of truth, especially those like General Charles, General Mike Flynn, who served at the front lines. My name is Steve Lance. I'm Vice President of News and Programming at NTD Television, representing a vision shared with our sister outlet, the Epoch Times. Our founders, American citizens of Chinese heritage, who've lived under the tyranny of communism and will never forget what it really is. Today, as we discuss strengthening alliances in the Indo-Pacific, we must be clear about the central threat, the Chinese Communist Party. It's the world's largest and most dangerous atheist regime. A regime that denies God will do anything. When you erase the divine spark in man, you replace it with worship of the state and the suppression of truth. That is what the CCP exports, and nowhere more aggressively than in the Indo-Pacific. Look at South Korea, a nation Americans fought and bled for to keep free. Yet today, the CCP openly flexes its influence in South Korea. One example, Shenyun Performing Arts. This is an American cultural treasure. It has been repeatedly blocked from performing in South Korea because Beijing has demanded it. If they can silence an American dance company with a tagline, China before communism, imagine the deeper levels of influence that they can exert in technology, academia, politics, and even elections. Too often, we think of conflict only in kinetic terms, a war that could be decades away. But Beijing is waging a 100-year asymmetric war right now as we speak. Stealing hundreds of billions of American IP, flooding the United States with fentanyl precursors that have killed 110,000 Americans last year alone, controlling ports and rare earths essential to modern weapons, operating police stations in over 100 cities worldwide, including right here in the United States, influencing and subverting Hollywood, driving division into 170 American phones through TikTok, and dictating cultural censorship abroad. Not with missiles, but with 1,000 small cuts. And when one avenue closes, the CCP does not retreat. It rebrands, reroutes, and pushes forward. A century of practice has made them masters of infiltration. And we cannot win this war by playing whack-a-mole. We win by going on offense in the information and cultural domains where the CCP is structurally the weakest. That is the real war, and it's taking place right now. Once Voice of America and Radio Free Asia pierced the Iron Curtain, today that mantle often falls onto NTD and the Epoch Times. We broadcast uncensored truth directly into mainland China. Citizens secretly install satellite dishes just to access it, risking everything. We bring democracy into China's living rooms, presidential debates, State of the Union addresses, and more. And we pay the price for doing so. Some of you may know. In Hong Kong, the regime, CCP's regime, thugs destroyed Epoch Times equipment and even set our printing presses ablaze, all while staff was inside. Yet we printed the next day. Here in America, our satellite providers cave to CCP pressure, dropping us at the behest of the CCP. NTD is now on its 14th satellite provider, if I'm correct. YouTube continues to throttle us. Major United States outlets like the New York Times repeat CCP narratives while attacking those of us who expose the truth. They're influencing our own government agencies and institutions. The CCP fears nothing more than truth and beauty. because its power depends on lies and ugliness. Give the Chinese people information at scale, and the regime's days are numbered. Real change is only, and I repeat, only, going to come from the Chinese people, but only when they know the truth. We're not going to win this fight, as the general said, with military might alone. We win or lose in the information and cultural space. It's time for governments and allies to treat independent media and artists as strategic assets. President Kennedy understood this very well. There's an exhibit at the Kennedy Center on the second floor, I encourage everybody to go there and visit, that shows how the United States of America used culture as a form of soft power to confront the Soviet Union. We must do the same. Amplify platforms breaking through censorship, protect them from deplatforming and financial pressure. The Epoch Times has been debanked because of lawfare. Fund information and cultural operations with seriousness equal to military assets, because this is not merely a contest of power or GDP. It's a spiritual battle between a regime that mocks the Creator and those who believe rights come from Him. Close with this truth as old as Scripture. A leopard does not change its spots. We learned that in the 1930s when the free world chose appeasement and paid for it with the most destructive war in history. Today, the CCP is taking the South China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, the rare earth mineral supply, in the information sphere. One concession, one canceled performance, one silenced voice at a time. History will not forgive a second age of appeasement. Strengthen the alliances, sharpen the soft power, and pierce the darkness with truth. Let us be clear. The threat in the Indo-Pacific ends when the CCP ends, and only the Chinese people can bring that day. Once they finally have the truth the regime hides from them, give the Chinese people truth, and the future changes. Give them information, and tyranny collapses under its own lies. Then and only then will freedom rise again in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Thank you. Now to the folks that everybody came to see. Just bear with me here while I get my ducks in a row. We have our esteemed panel here. Excuse me, sir, your name? Louise. Louise Renee. Wonderful.
Let me say something about it, because I picked on him. Max Louise is a great friend of mine, and these guys are from
우리는 친구이고요. 저분이
Micronesia.
그 마이크로네시아 쪽에서 폴리네시아 쪽에서 오셨습니다. 제 그 남동생 찰리가 이분 얘기를 많이 했어요. 근데 그쪽에서 굉장히 많은 일을 하셨다고 저한테 소개를 했습니다. 그래서 이렇게 모시기로 했어요. 그래서 저한테 어떤 질문을 던질지 뻔하기 때문에 그냥 올라와서 얘기하라고 제가 모셨습니다.
We'll start with General Leem Ho-young. General, honored to have your presence here. Talk to us, if you could, about how China's non-kinetic pressure, economic, political, informational, is shaping South Korea's security calculations today, or perhaps lack thereof.
먼저 제가 영어를 못해서 통역을 사용하게 돼서 대단히 죄송하게 생각합니다.
First of all, my English isn't native, so I apologize for using an interpreter.
지금부터 영어를 열심히 공부하려고 합니다.
But I'm going to really study English very hard from now on.
다음번 세미나 할 때는 영어로 얘기하려고 합니다.
And on the next seminar, I'm going to be giving my talks in English.
한 20년은 걸릴 것 같습니다.
But I think it'll take about 20 years.
저는 한국에서 연합사 부사령관, 마지막 연합사 부사령관을 했는데요. 사성 장군으로 40년 동안 군대 생활을 하고 전역했습니다.
So I was a former deputy commander of the ROK-U.S. combined forces. I was in the military for 40 years, and then I retired.
우선 먼저 오늘 이런 자리를 만들어주신 플린 장군하고 골드 인스티튜트에 감사드립니다.
First of all, before I begin my remarks, I would like to thank General Flynn as well as the Gold Institute for hosting.
찰스 플린 장군은 제가 인도태평양 육군 사령관 하실 때 하와이에서 보고 또 서울에서도 보고 한 경험이 있습니다.
Actually, I met General Flynn while he was leading the Asia-Pacific Command in Seoul as well as in Hawaii, I think.
난 찰스 플린 장군이 저렇게 똑똑한 줄 몰랐어요.
But I did know that General Charles Flynn was that smart.
오늘 얘기하는 걸 들어보고 깜짝 놀랐어요.
I was actually quite shocked.
플린 장군이 저한테 질문이 있냐고 물어봤을 때 제가 전혀 질문이 없다.
And General Flynn asked and said, "Do you have any questions?" And I said, "I have no questions."
너무 아주 완벽하게 분석을 하고 그 다음에 중국의 어떤 그 위협과 현재 그러한 그들의 공격적인 그러한 위협을 아주 잘 알게 설명을 정말 잘해줬습니다.
I thought that the analysis was very thorough. It was almost perfect. I think he really touched the points on the aggressive threat coming from China.
아까 사회자가 저에 대해서 중국의 한국에 대한 경제적 그다음에 정치적 여러 가지 위협에 대해서 말씀을 해달라고 하셨는데 저는 조금 다른 이야기를 하려고 합니다.
The moderator's question was, can you please elaborate on the influences that China is having economically, culturally, politically, the kind of threats that it's having on South Korea? But I have a kind of a different perspective that I want to go into.
저는 40년 동안 군대 생활을 하면서 대부분을 휴전선, 전선 지역에서 북한군에 직접 대적하면서 시간을 보냈습니다.
During my 40 years of service, I spent most of my times in the demilitarized zone, so we were face to face with the North.
그래서 저는 오늘 동북아시아 여러 가지 위협에 대해서 얘기했지만 그 중에서 북한이라는 것에 대해서 한번 이야기를 하려고 합니다.
So many of the threats in Northeast Asia was discussed just right before, but I would like to focus on the issues surrounding North Korea.
제가 가끔 가다가 미국 친구들하고 얘기하면서 깜짝 놀라는 것은 한국과 북한의 군사적인 대치 상황과 북한이라는 존재에 대해서 대단히 미국 사람들이 잘 모르고 있다는 사실에 대해서 놀라고 있습니다.
Sometimes when I talk to my friends in the U.S., I'm kind of shocked and surprised that they're not as aware of the confrontation that exists between the two Koreas, the North and the South.
주로 동북아시아 지역의 중국의 위협에 대한 대응을 얘기하면 타이완 상황에 대해서 굉장히 많이 얘기를 하죠.
So when we discuss the threats or the situation surrounding Northeast Asia, the subject that usually comes up is the subject surrounding Taiwan.
그런데 북한과 한국, 그 다음에 북한 지역, 한반도 지역에서의 위협이라든가 이런 것에 대해서는 별로 이야기를 많이 안 하는 것입니다.
And it seems like they don't really discuss much about the threat that exists on the Korean peninsula because of the two Koreas, the North and the South.
그래서 오늘 그러한 분야에 대해서 제가 좀 말씀을 드리고자 합니다.
So I want to elaborate more on the situation here.
먼저 처음에 대만 문제에 대해서는 미국 내에서도 너무나 많은 분들이 많은 시간 동안 토의도 하고 얘기돼서 준비가 어느 정도 되어 있다고 생각합니다.
So first, with regards to Taiwan, I believe that many in the United States are discussing. They put a lot of time in discussing the situation surrounding Taiwan, and I think that situation is sort of under control, or they're ready.
또 세계적인 피스메이커인 트럼프 대통령이 정부가 출발했으니까요. 대만에 대한 억제와 컨트롤은 할 수 있다라고 생각합니다.
And because the global peacemaker, President Trump, is in power, I believe that the deterrence and the control with regards to Taiwan is good.
한국에 이런 말, 박수를 치려면 좀 더 크게 치고 안 치려면 치지 마라.
Okay, there's this expression in Korea: if you're gonna clap, you gotta do it loud, or you not do it at all.
이 한반도라는 데는요. 1953년 7월 27일 전쟁이 끝난 다음에 휴전선이라는 것이 있습니다. 거기를 휴전선을 기준으로 남북이 대치하고 있어요.
So the Korean War ended on July 27th of 1953, and after the end of the war, we have the demilitarized zone that divides the North and the South.
북한의 병력은 110만 명입니다. 군대가.
North Korea's army currently stands at 1.1 million.
대한민국은 50만입니다.
The number for South Korea is 500,000.
그럼 대한민국 굉장히 군인이 적은 것 같잖아요.
That sounds like South Korea doesn't have enough soldiers.
그런데 대한민국은 20살 넘은 남자들이 군대를 전부 다 갔다 오기 때문에 20살 넘은 남자부터 90 먹은 할아버지까지 전부 다 총을 쏠 수 있고 비행기를 몰 수 있고 배를 몰 수 있고 탱크를 몰 수 있어요.
However, if you're 20 or older, you have to go to the military if you're born a male in Korea. And therefore, if you're a man between the ages of 20 and 90, even if you are a grandfather, you either know how to shoot a gun, fly a plane, drive a boat, or drive a tank.
이런 나라는 전 세계에 딱 세 나라 있습니다. 이스라엘, 북한, 한국.
There are only 3 countries that can do this, and that is Israel, North Korea, and South Korea.
그러면 그러한 부분에서 대한민국은 예비군을 포함하면 얼마만큼이 당장 동원이 가능하냐? 700만 명이 동원 가능합니다.
So if you include all the reserves in Korea, the total number of soldiers that we have is 7 million.
그러면 북한과 한국에 있는 군사력은 대략 800만 명이 넘는다는 거예요.
So just the military power, if you include both North and South Korea, the number of soldiers amount to 8 million.
지금 현재 휴전선을 기준으로 현역만 북쪽으로 50km, 남쪽으로 50km 내에 100km 내에 100만 명 이상의 병력이 실질적으로 총을 겨누고 오늘 밤에도 대치하고 있습니다.
So surrounding the area where the demilitarized zone is, so 50 kilometers to the north, 50 kilometers to the south, there are about 1 million soldiers there pointing the gun at each other and still in confrontation.
거기는 대만같이 바다도 없어요.
And there is no water that like Taiwan.
그런데 이러한 대치하고 있는 상황에서 그럼 북한이라는 나라는 어떤 나라인가 하는 것을 말씀드리려고 하는 겁니다.
So under such circumstances, I just want to go over with you what kind of a state North Korea is.
북한은 공산주의 나라입니까?
Is North Korea a communist state?
그렇게 생각하시죠?
You think so, right?
네. 그리고 김정은 1인 독재 체제잖아요. 시진핑이나 푸틴 같이.
And it's a dictatorship of Kim Jong-un, just like Xi Jinping or Putin, right?
그게 아니라는 겁니다.
But that's not the case.
북한은 왕조입니다.
North Korea is a dynasty.
북한에 있는 시민들은요, 1910년까지 500년 동안 온 조선 왕조라는 왕에 의해서 통치를 받았고, 1945년까지는 일본 천황에 의해서 왕조에 의한 통치를 받았고, 1945년 이후에 공산주의가 들어오는 줄 알았는데, 공산주의가 아니라 김일성으로 시작된 김일성, 김정일, 김정은으로 이어지는 그러한 왕조에 의해서 살아왔던 겁니다.
So the people of North Korea have actually only experienced living under a dynasty. Until 1910, they were a part of the Joseon dynasty. The Joseon dynasty ruled Korea for about 500 years. And then when that was over, it was ruled by the Japanese emperor, which was also like a dynasty until 1945. And after 1945, they thought that they were going to become a communist state. But what happened was that Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un's dynasty replaced the communist state that existed in North Korea. So the North Koreans only know of living in a dynasty.
어느 나라도 지금 21세기에 할아버지, 아버지, 손자로 정권이 이어지는데 국민들이 아무 저항을 하지 않는 이거는 굉장히 이상한 거예요.
In the 21st century, it's really, really odd that no one opposes a regime of a country that is succeeded by the grandfather, the father, and the grandson.
왜 그러냐? 북한에 있는 주민들은 그게 너무나 당연한 거예요. 계속 그렇게 살아왔기 때문에.
That is because for the people of North Korea, this is a fact. This is a fact of life because that's all they know.
그렇게 북한을 바라보아야 합니다.
This is the perspective that we need to have when we look at North Korea.
그러면 이 왕조라는 것의 가장 큰 약점은 무엇인가 하는 것입니다.
So then what is the biggest weakness for such a dynasty?
왕조의 가장 큰 약점은 그 다음에 누가 왕이 될 것인가 하는 것이 결정되어야 되는 것입니다.
It is for the dynasty, the biggest weakness is how they pick or who they pick as the heir, the successor of the throne.
지난 500년 동안 조선 왕조, 우리 한국에 있었던 조선 왕조 500년 동안에 계속 권력 싸움은 다음에 누가 왕이 될 것인가 하는 것에 대한 권력 싸움이 계속 있었던 거예요.
So during the 500 years of a Joseon dynasty on Korea, there was always a power grab for who was going to become the next king.
김일성 다음에는 김정은, 김일성 다음엔 김정일, 김정일 다음엔 김정은 이렇게 후계 구도가 그동안 북한은 완전하게 잡혀 있었기 때문에 왕조가 유지될 수 있었습니다.
And the dynasty in North Korea was able to be sustained because Kim Jong-il passed on the power to Kim Jong-il, and Kim Il-sung passed it on to Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-il passed it on to Kim Jong-un, and their succession was successful.
근데 지금 북한에 김정은 다음에 후계자로 내세우는 게 10대 초반의 김주애라는 여자입니다.
And the heir that is picked for now by Kim Jong-un is a girl called Kim Ju-ae who is in her early teens.
그런데 동양적인 사고방식인 유교가 북한을 깊게 자리 잡고 있는 철학인데 남존 여비 사상이 강한 이 유교에서 지난 이 조선에서 한 1000년의 역사 동안 여왕은 없었습니다.
But in North Korea, the basic foundation is Confucianism. It is a philosophy of Confucianism. It is pervasive in North Korea, and in Confucianism, men are respected, but the women are looked down upon, and that's why for the past 1,000 years, Korea has never had a female ruler.
그런데 지금 북한의 왕인 김정은은 키가 170kg에 몸무게가 140이고요. 하루에 담배를 4갑 정도 피운다고 알려져 있고 와인을 10병 정도 하루에 먹는다고 합니다.
But so the current king, Kim Jong-un, is 170 centimeters tall. He weighs about 140 kilograms, smokes 4 packs of cigarettes a day. It is told that he drinks 10 bottles of wine daily.
그 아버지인 김일성과 김정일은 심장 질환에 의해서 갑자기 죽었어요.
And both his grandfather, Kim Il-sung, and his father, Kim Jong-il, died of a sudden heart condition.
유전적인 병적 내력이 있는 거죠.
So it's in the bloodlines.
김정은은 지금 오늘 죽어도 아무 이상할 게 없는 건강 상태를 유지하고 있는 겁니다.
So basically what I'm saying is that Kim Jong-un's health tells us that it should be not surprising at all if he should drop dead today.
그런데 이게 박수 칠 일이 아니에요, 이거는.
Well, actually, this is not something you need to clap over, but
김정은이 죽으면 북한은 김주애가 권력을 잡기가 어렵다는 얘기를 제가 하는 겁니다.
because what I'm trying to tell you is that if Kim Jong-un dies today, then it will be very difficult for Kim Ju-ae to take reins in North Korea.
그럼 어떤 일이 생기느냐 하면 북한에서 다음번 권력을 위한 권력 투쟁이 생기게 된다는 거죠.
Because if that happens, what's going to happen is that there's going to be a power struggle in North Korea.
그럼 뭘 가지고 권력 투쟁을 하겠습니까? 북한에서 선거로 하겠습니까?
So how they're going to fight for power? Are they going to have an election?
거기는 선거라는 것이 없는데요. 거기는 다음번에 권력 투쟁은 반드시 총구에서 나오는 군사적인 그러한 confliction, 교전에 의한 권력 투쟁이 생길 겁니다.
Since there are no elections, power will be given to the person with the gun. So the power comes from a barrel of a gun. There's going to be military confrontation within North Korea.
그러면 어느 한 그룹이 있을 때 중국은 지금처럼 북한에게 영향력을 발휘하기 위해서 어떠한 한 군대 그룹을 지원할 겁니다.
So when that happens, China, which currently has influence over North Korea, will pick a faction and support that military faction in order to continue its influence in North Korea.
그러면 그 군사 집단과 싸우게 돼 있는 또 다른 권력 투쟁을 하는 군사 집단은 어디에 지원을 요청하겠습니까?
So if there's another faction that wants to have power as well, and they're not being supported by China, who are they going to ask for help?
그들은 도움을 요청할 곳이 한국과 미국밖에 없어요.
They only have South Korea and the U.S.
그러면 북한 내에서 두 개의 군사적인 집단이 다음번 권력으로 충돌했을 때 이것은 중국과 미국, 한국으로 대편되는 자유진영과 공산진영의 싸움이 될 겁니다.
So if that happens and there are two different military factions in conflict in North Korea, then this will lead to a conflict between China, which represents the communism, and the U.S. and Korea, which represents the powers of freedom.
그런데 처음에 이야기한 것처럼 북한이 가지고 있는 군사력과 한반도에서 있는 군사력이 얼마나 어마어마한가를 한번 생각해 보십시오.
But think about it. I mentioned it in the beginning. Think about the kind of power the military power that both Koreas possess right now.
그것은 대만과 중국, 대만에 비해서 벌어지는 그 정도의 문제가 아닐 겁니다.
Taiwan, the issue surrounding Taiwan will seem small in comparison.
한반도는 그러한 군사력이 바짝 마른 장작과 같은데 거기에 만약에 어떠한 문제가 생겨서 불꽃이 확 튀었을 때는 누구도 그 불꽃의 이 진화되는 방향과 범위와 이런 것들을 알지 못하는 엄청난 상황이 생길 수 있어요.
So the military tension situation in the Korean Peninsula can be compared to a very arid area. So if sparks should fly, it will escalate into a situation where no one can predict how high it's going to escalate, how far the ramifications will be, etc., etc.
여기에 대한 준비를 미국과 한국은 충분하게 하고 있는가 하는 게 저의 질문입니다.
So my question here is the U.S. and Korea, South Korea, ready should such a scenario unfold?
주한미국의 전략적 유연성에 대해서 엄청 많이 얘기를 합니다.
The U.S. talks about strategic flexibility with regards to the U.S. forces in Korea.
그런데 그 전략적 유연성을 고려하는 그러한 부분에 한 고려해야 될 중요한 요인이 제가 말씀드린 한반도에서 발생할 수 있는 상황에 대한 대비도 거기에 확실하게 포함되어야 한다는 겁니다.
So within this strategic flexibility, what I'm saying is that there has to be readiness with regards to the Korean Peninsula. That's a very important part of this strategic flexibility.
General, we do have a slight time limitation. We have to get to the other panelists. If we could close out so we could get to them.
I will do my best.
Thank you.
결론을 말씀드리겠습니다.
Okay, so I'll give you my conclusion.
만약에 이런 상황이 생겼을 때 아까 필린 장군과 통일의 관계에서도 이야기를 했습니다.
Yes, so if such a circumstance should unfold, and I discussed this already with General Flynn,
위기는 곧 기회라는 말이 있습니다.
every crisis is an opportunity.
Pinch is chance. 만약에 북한이 중국으로부터 떨어져 나와서 미국과 자유진영 편에 서게 된다면, 아까 말씀드린 그런 상황에서 된다면 중국은 자기 뒤통수에 강력한 칼을 하나 대고 있는 것과 똑같은 상황이 될 거예요.
So if North Korea should join the freedom the freedom, the powers of freedom, that is the U.S., then for China, North Korea will seem like a sword that is poised to strike the back of China's neck.
결코 그래서 북한은 포기할 수도 없는 그러한 존재이고 우리 한국과 미국은 동북아시아 문제를 생각하는 데 있어서 이러한 북한의 돌발 가능성에 대한 준비를 충분하게 해야 된다 하는 것이 제가 말씀드리고자 하는 것의 결론입니다.
And so the conclusion is we can never give up North Korea and U.S. and Korea. When we think about the situation in Northeast Asia, must be ready for any contingency with regards to the North. Thank you.
I am very sorry.
Thank you, General. Sorry we didn't. Apologize we didn't have more time. Bradley Thayer, founding member of the Committee on Present Danger China. Bradley, if you have prepared remarks, by all means, but would also like to get your thoughts on what you think is the most underestimated aspect of China's long-term strategic play with our allies in the Indo-Pacific.
Well, thank you, Steve. That's a very important and excellent question. And I'd just like to thank General Mike Flynn, of course, and the Gold Institute for inviting me to address these topics today. When we think about that, Steve, we need to place the Indo-Pacific in some context. And why does it matter? It matters, of course, for many reasons, for cultural reasons, ties that many Americans have to the states of the Indo-Pacific. It also matters because it's a center of tremendous power in international politics. Its power is rooted in its skilled population. You have in the Indo-Pacific, basically most of the world's population is located there. Secondly, it matters because of its economic might. Most of the world's gross domestic product is located in the Indo-Pacific. Even excluding the United States, it's still most of the world's gross domestic product is located there. In the Indo-Pacific, you find world-leading artificial intelligence, IT capabilities, military capabilities. We find in the Indo-Pacific the nuclear states of China, the People's Republic of China, Russia, North Korea. We see the United States, of course, India, and Pakistan. So there are large numbers of nuclear states located in this region, and I think we could live long enough perhaps to see Japan and South Korea join the list of nuclear states in the Indo-Pacific. George Kennan, at the outset of the Cold War, made the argument, a very convincing argument, that not all areas of the world mattered. The areas of the world that mattered were those of centers of highly skilled populations and economic power. And economic power was significant because that could be converted to military power, and military power was a threat to the U.S. The areas that Kennan identified in 1946 and 1947 were the five. They were the U.S., they were the British Empire, France and Germany were the third, the Soviet Union was the fourth, and Japan was the fifth region. And when we look at the world today, we see, of course, similar. The United States, of course, Europe, but the Indo-Pacific increasingly is becoming more powerful and compels the response, a political response and a military response to the growth of the power of the People's Republic of China. Steve, in your remarks, you did a great job in illuminating the ideological threat that we face from the PRC. It's an odious regime, it's a Leninist regime, but its military capabilities, ever-growing military capabilities in the nuclear realm and in the conventional realm, cyber realm, and in the realm of political warfare, make it the most formidable threat that the United States has faced. The Trump administration has called attention to this and has, with the remarks of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth last Friday at the Reagan Library, identified that the way to deal with this danger in the military, in the realm of strategy, and in the military response was through a deterrence by denial strategy, importantly. Deterrence is all about keeping something from happening that you don't want to happen. And you can do that in two ways. You can do that through deterrence by punishment, which is to say if you cross this red line, you will be turned into, as Curtis LeMay, a great commander of the Strategic Air Command, once said of the Soviet Union, it would be turned into a smoking, irradiating ruin at the end of 6 hours. That's deterrence by punishment, right? Your society, your cities, the totality will be annihilated. Secondly, there's deterrence by denial, of which Secretary of War Hegseth was speaking, and that is that you'll be denied your military objectives. You shouldn't start the war because you're not going to succeed, and you know that you're not going to succeed. Everyone knows you're not going to succeed, so don't do it. Hegseth underscored, of course, that perhaps our capabilities, however significant in the region, we're not perfect. There's much that the United States needs to do. He called explicitly, and in addition, a very significant document, the National Security Strategy of the United States, which has been released this month, calls attention to the importance of allies, like South Korea, as the general referenced, like Japan, the Philippines, Thailand, as General Charles Flynn referenced, Australia, New Zealand, and other states of partners like Taiwan, in India. Our allies' military capabilities are significant, but there are still going to be problems that we need to address. One of the most important problems is nuclear capability in the region. The U.S. has a very modest number of tactical nuclear weapons, and those are deployed in Europe principally. It might be time to rethink the deployment of U.S. tactical nuclear capabilities into the Indo-Pacific, perhaps returning them once again to South Korea and to other states. Theater nuclear capabilities for the United States, sadly, are non-existent. We're doing our utmost with SLCM with other capabilities that the Air Force, the Army, the Navy are developing, but they're not there yet. So it falls to the broad shoulders of the U.S. strategic nuclear arsenal, really, to carry the weight of that. You can also deter through denial by conventional means. And Hegseth was mentioning this, stressing this in his remarks. A lot needs to be done in terms of augmenting the U.S. Army capabilities, as General Charles Flynn mentioned today. The capabilities in the Arctic, capabilities with our friends, our allies, our partners in the region need to be augmented, and greater aid, as well as the Taiwanese stepping up in terms of their defense spending and their capabilities, also needs to be increased. The problems that I see, Steve, though, really are the following. First, the capabilities in political warfare that the Chinese Communist Party has are formidable. We see this in South Korea, the recent election, presidential election in South Korea. We see this operating in Japan, in the Philippines, Taiwan. Every country around the world is negatively impacted by the political warfare strategies of the Chinese Communist Party. They've done that very successfully, and that's a very important strategic asymmetry for them. Their ability, as General Charles Flynn was mentioning, of coming into countries in Micronesia, for example, but indeed everywhere around the world, to penetrate the country, to go into the infrastructure, whether that's the electrical grid, whether that's the essentially the internet in those countries, the banking system of those countries, and penetrate them, and in time come to dominate them. And Steve, we have not done an adequate job yet of addressing that. Our responses on the political warfare front, as the CCP has undermined our allies, our partners, and other states around the world, have not been adequate, which is ironic because the United States has, of course, in the realm of political warfare, the greatest strengths. We have, of course, what the United States has contributed to the world, the American spirit, the ideology of political liberalism, the advantages of Western civilization, and so many other elements that the West has given, the United States has provided, and allows the U.S. to have, as a world leader of Western civilization, of the West more broadly, tremendous strengths in the realm of political warfare. So enlisting that, identifying it and enlisting it is supremely important at a time where we're tested and our response has not been adequate. There are other problems, of course, as well. General Charles Flynn touched on this to some degree, the logistical capabilities, for example. On the Central Front in Europe during the Cold War, we had POMCUS, right? We had the unit sets in place so that all you needed to do was fly from Fort Riley, right? So 1st Infantry Division from Fort Riley to the unit set, which would be in Germany or would be elsewhere in Europe. So the men had to go, but not the equipment. Equipment weighed a lot, men weighed relatively less. So it was very easy to wed men to their unit set. We don't have that in the Indo-Pacific. And Ukraine has shown us, as well as having robust deterrence by denial capabilities, means you need to be able to convince your enemy, Chinese Communist Party, that you can fight and win a long war. And that war is going to be an attritional war. Now, the Duchess of Windsor said, you can never be too rich and you can never be too thin. If she lived long enough, she might have said you can never have too many submarines, SSN capabilities, you can never have too many Patriot and THAAD batteries, you can never have enough military capability in region. And it's important to think about that the logistical capabilities, the sets, may not be what we need to have that robust deterrent by denial in region. We can think about nickel grass, right? In '73, in the Yom Kippur War, right? The U.S. Air Force MAC, Air Mobility Command, through their C-5s and C-141s, moved over 22,000 tons of equipment in about 30 days to Israel in a relatively benign situation, right? Where you're flying into Israeli bases, you're protected by Israeli air defenses. Could we do that today? To the Ray? Could we do that to Taiwan? Could we do that to Luzon? Could we do that elsewhere in the region? It's a major test for us to be able to have that logistical muscle and resupply. General Minahan warned about that in his memo that was leaked in January of 2023, and it's an important point to keep in mind. I would just end on this note, Steve. Another problem that we have, and it's very significant because of the great growth of Chinese military capabilities, conventional capabilities, but nuclear capabilities, while our capabilities have not matched, have not stayed in step, we've given the PRC an incentive to race for superiority, not to accept the status quo, but to race for nuclear domination over the United States, which would stress a deterrent by denial strategy greatly if they have nuclear superiority. Robert McNamara, after he left office, after obviously Secretary of Defense, and then after he left the World Bank and he was a civilian again, was asked, does nuclear superiority matter? And he said no, of course. Robert McNamara, of course, was very anti-nuclear when he was out of office. It's meaningless. He was then asked, would you have wanted to go through the Cuban Missile Crisis from a position of nuclear inferiority? And of course he said no. Right? Nuclear superiority, U.S. nuclear superiority in the Cold War helped ensure that the Cuban Missile Crisis ended in the way that it did and not in a nuclear conflict. So it's an important point to keep in mind. In addition to the weaknesses that we've discussed, that General Charles Flynn mentioned, and that the General mentioned as well, logistics, political warfare, and in the nuclear realm really serve as great dangers that we need to address immediately. Thanks very much, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you, Bradley. Louise, is there a regional partner in the Indo-Pacific that you think is punching above its weight that could serve sort of as a model We know that the CCP tends to use economic coercion in toward many of those countries. Korea is a great example where the sky's falling if certain partnerships are cut off or restricted. They tried to do it with Taiwan when they restricted tourism, and Taiwan, freaked out for a little while and then said, "Oh, hey, the Koreans and the Japanese, they, tend to pay more when they come here, less people but more money." And so there could be other avenues. Are there regional partners there that we should be looking at as an example?
Excuse me for my poor English, but in French Polynesia, China tries a lot to go into our country, French Polynesia. But to be the French President Macron refused that introduced China into French Polynesia. And what I have to tell you is French Polynesia is a group of 118 islands. And on 5 million square kilometers. It was so small on the map, but it's a very large country. And the problem now is the French colonialism from quite 2 centuries. And not any country colonized will be developed. You have not that in the history. No colonized country is economically developed. Nowhere, not in the history. And the Polynesian people want to return to his own and entire sovereignty. So that's the reason why with the UN we ask so often to be free. But the French authority will not hear. From 2008, you have the indigenous right. And France didn't act on this indigenous act, neither for Caledonia, for the Kanaki people, neither for the Maori people in French Polynesia. That's the reason why we can make a deal for this little country to your big state, is to help us to recover our full and entire sovereignty, and after that we can deal for cooperation agreements. That may help you also to counter a China advance. That's all.
Let me ask you just one follow-up. What role does France have in the Indo-Pacific, and are they fulfilling their role as a U.S. ally?
The role of the France, the importance of those 2 countries is geostrategic importance for France. But first, in the history, as General de Gaulle knew that the nuclear trail in Algeria will end in the beginning of the 60s, he foreseen to do that on another part of the world. So he chose Polynesia in the Pacific. And that's the reason why Polynesia people has 193 nuclear fires. Yeah. And more than 100,000 people were hit by this nuclear weapon trails, but that were weapons. Okay? And France denied to return back to the families, to help the families whose father and grandfather died. Yeah. And they have still fears from nuclear. Yes,
Nuclear fallout because of the testing.
yes. You have still nuclear weapon under the water. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the magnificent panel up here. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Questions? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so we do have time for questions. Anybody have any questions for the panel? One here.
혹시 패널리스트들을 위한 질문이 있으신가요?
Thank you so much for all of the information, including General Flynn, which we have two General Flynns. Wouldn't the approach be more aggressive if we could get a psychological warfare started with all of us as an alliance to attack China like they've attacked us in the mentality portion, since we don't have all of the assets to start building the infrastructure that we need to fight them? So my question is, do you feel like doing this psychologically first as a first approach to be preemptive and turn their own tools against them?
저한테 질문하시는 건가요?
Is that question for me?
Yes,
네.
for any of you.
군대에서 심리전은 전쟁이라고 생각합니다.
Yes, a psychological war for the military is war.
지금 말씀하신 대로 지금 말씀하신 것과 같이 그러니까 중국 같은 공산주의 국가나 아주 철저하게 통제되고 있는 그러한 국가를 와해시킬 수 있는 가장 좋은 방법은 심리전이에요.
The best way to disintegrate a communist state like China that has tight control would be psychological warfare.
특히 중국은 굉장히 다양한 민족으로 구성된 나라입니다.
In particular for China, because it is made up with various kinds of peoples.
예를 들면 신장 위구르가 있잖아요. 그 다음에 내몽고가 있잖아요. 만주가 있고, 그 다음에 밑으로 내려오면은 베트남과 연결되는 그러한 지역에 또 민족들이 있고, 이게 다 티베트가 있고, 이게 사실은 다른 나라였어요. 다른 국가였죠.
Yes, especially you have the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, and then you have the Mongolians, you have the people in Manchuria, you have the peoples near Vietnam. There are many different types of people, and also including the people that live in Tibet. But before, they used to be all different states, different countries.
그래서 지금 말씀하신 것처럼 중국을 와해시킬 수 있는 가장 좋은 방법은 심리전을 하는 겁니다.
So as you just mentioned, the best way to see disintegration of China is to engage in psychological warfare.
나는 미국이 아마 그걸 하고 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다.
I think that the U.S. may be even already engaged in such warfare.
1990년에 소련이 멸망할 때 1950년도에 만든 NSC 68 보고서에 의해서 소련을 계속 군사적인 그러한 경쟁의 구도를 몰고 나가서 민관과의 경제를 약화시켜서 소련을 붕괴시켰던 것처럼 중국을 대응할 수 있는 가장 좋은 방법 중에 하나는 말씀하신 심리전이라고 저는 생각합니다.
Yes, in 1990, so USSR collapsed, and if you look at NSC number 68, the report that was first written up in 1950, what the United States tried to do was engage in competition, military competition with the USSR, so that they would have to focus on the military, and therefore their economies would the economies would not grow as quickly, and that was one of their ways or their strategies to bring about the collapse of USSR. And I believe, yes, again, psychological warfare is one of the best ways to bring about the demise of China.
Is enough for answer?
Is that good? Was that a good answer?
Very good. Thank you. We have another question. We have another question for the panel.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So there's a saying that when the U.S. and South Korea cough, the rest of the world catches a cold. So in today's environment where intelligence competition and contested logistics are increasingly linked, what developments such as Chinese MSS expansion, North Korean cyber operations, or gray zone coercion pose the greatest risk of disrupting allied logistics, sustainment, and decision advantage, and triggering that quote-unquote cough across the Indo-Pacific?
Bradley, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, Steve, thanks very much. It's an excellent question. I would say that when you reflect on the totality of it, it's all of those and more. To my mind, it is the CCP's political warfare targeting South Korea in an effort to unhinge the alliance that we have with South Korea through a variety of means, but consistently in an unrelenting way, which is the greatest danger that we face. In addition to, of course, to the kinetic and other issues that the General has identified and that you raised in your question. We don't want them to achieve victory in any circumstance, and we certainly don't want them, the CCP, to achieve their aims in South Korea through nefarious political activities. So being aware of that, I think calling attention to it, as many of my colleagues have done, is absolutely essential at this time to ensure that what they're doing in South Korea, they're repeating around the world, and it has to end. And it ends when we recognize what they're doing, and when we recognize, of course, that the CCP is an illegitimate regime, right? That they're a colonial government put in power by Soviet imperialism. It was the Comintern that put the CCP in power. It was Stalin that nurtured them and supported them and backed them up. And they have no more right to rule China than I do. And so when we recognize that, we can recognize what we need to do to put them on the back foot.
Excellent.
잠깐만
We have time
잠깐만
for
지금
one.
말씀드린 것 중에 하나만 얘기할게요.
Okay, I just want to add one thing.
중국이 한국에게 문화적으로 경제적으로 굉장히 압력을 가했던 것이 2016, 17년에 사드 배치했을 때입니다.
The timing in which China aggressively put pressure on South Korea, culturally, economically, etc., was around 2016 when we installed the THAAD in South Korea.
다 기억하실 겁니다. 그때 중국이 한국의 수출도 막고 문화적인 공연도 막고 많이 그랬었어요.
I'm sure you all remember, but China exercised a lot of pressure regarding exports and cultural, etc., on South Korea.
사드 배치는 한국과 미국이 동시에 결심한 동맹의 결정이었습니다.
But the installation or the introduction of THAAD in South Korea was a decision made by the U.S.-Korea alliance.
그런데 그 동맹의 결과로 사드가 배치됐는데 중국이 한국에 대해서 경제적인 문화적인 공격을 막 했어요.
So the THAAD was a result of the alliance of the two countries, but China unilaterally attacked Korea culturally and economically.
그때 몇몇의 한국 사람, 많은 한국 사람이 이렇게 얘기했습니다. 우리 동맹인 미국은 어디 있는가?
And at that time, many South Korea questioned, where is our ally, the United States?
동맹의 결정으로 같이 결정을 한 다음에 중국의 압력이 한국에 가해졌을 때 같은 동맹이었던 미국은 그때 어디 있냐?
Yes, the decision was made by the alliance. But when South Korea was attacked by China, where was U.S. our ally at the time?
한국이 어떻게 하는 것이냐 하는 것에 대한 질문도 많이 나오는 이야기지만 그것을 극복하기 위해서는 미국과 한국과 그러한 어려운 상황에서 같이 역할을 분담하고 일본도 포함될 수 있겠죠. 그렇게 됐을 때 이것은 효과적인 대응이 될 수 있다. 그렇게 생각합니다.
Yes, South Korea definitely does have a role to play, but there has to be a unity. There has to be role sharing between U.S. and Korea in order to overcome such challenges, and only then can such measures be effective.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question. You have a question there.
Yes. Do we have time for one more for Ann? Yes. Okay. Ann.
Fascinating. I'm going to pose this question through the lens of the economy. And with the dollar hegemony post the petrodollar in question right now, and the rise of the BRICS nations and the launch of the unit, what role does economics and trade, also in light of Japan, which has made inquiry about BRICS, as well as some of their recent sell-off of U.S. treasuries, what role does that play in the factor of the U.S. and Republic of Korea alliance and the military stabilization of the region? Sorry.
Anybody? Any takers? General?
네. 지금 경제적인 그러한 문제에서 중국이 브라질하고 브릭스라고 그러잖아요. 브라질하고 해서 또 다른 경제권을 형성해가지고 미국과 한국의 자유주의 경제에 대응을 하고 있죠.
Yes, with regards to the economic issue, China is trying to hold hands with the BRICS and be in an economic confrontation with U.S. and Korea and other allies.
그런데 한국의 경제력도 옛날과 다르게 지금 세계 10위권의 경제력을 형성하고 있습니다.
But Korea's economic power has grown so much compared to the past. Is now one of the top 10 largest economic powerhouses.
그리고 반도체라든가 또는 이번에 뭐 잭슨 황도 한국에 와서 했지만 AI나 또 이러한 문제에 있어서도 굉장히 하이 레벨의 기반을 가지고 있고 제조업 기반도 굉장히 강한 나라가 한국입니다.
But Korea has developed technologically, and its manufacturing bases also grew rapidly as well. So in the areas of semiconductors or AI, Jason Hwang mentioned that when he was visiting Korea recently.
그것이 트럼프 대통령께서 한국에 일단 조선에 관계되는 그런 문제에서 같이 가자고 말씀하시는 이유도 하나 되겠죠.
And that may be one of the reasons why President Trump suggested that we hold hands when it comes to shipbuilding.
그리고 우크라이나 전쟁은 확실하게 보여줬습니다. 이제 경제나 어떤 군사적인 동맹이나 이런 것들도 값이 싸다고 무조건 쓰는 게 아니라 같은 가치를 갖고 있는 같은 그러한 이념을 갖고 있는 나라들끼리 교역과 트레이드를 해야 된다는 것을 보여줬죠.
And what the war in Ukraine really showed us was that the military alliance has to go hand in hand with the economic alliance. In the past, you could just do anything as long as the price was cheap. You can go anywhere. But now what the war has shown us is that you have to trade and you have to go hand in hand with your allies that share the same values.
그래서 말씀하신 것처럼 중국의 그러한 경제적인 문제에 대한 대응도 이제는 한 나라만 해서는 안 되는 거고요. 대응이 한국만 혼자 해서도 되는 게 아니라 그러한 대응에 대해서 한국, 미국, 일본 이러한 자유진영이 있는 국가들이 같이 대응하고 같이 도와주고 했을 때 효과적인 그러한 대응이 될 수 있을 것이다. 저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
So with regards to such economic pressure coming from China, Korea can't fight them alone. They have to move together with the U.S., with Japan, with other freedom-loving countries and go hand in hand, and only then will it be effective.
Brad?
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanted to add, excellent question, of course, and to just add to General's remarks that the U.S.-South Korean relationship is a relationship forged in blood. There were 36,000 Americans killed in the Korean War between 1950 and 1953. There were over 500,000 South Koreans killed in that conflict. We stood together in the Cold War against the threat from North Korea, of course, but also from Communist China and the Soviet Union. And that defines our relationship in a way that's not only mercantile. It's the trade relationship is certainly important. The political relationship is absolutely important. But it's a bond between two peoples as well that it's important that we reflect on this occasion. Thanks, Steve. Thanks.
Very important point. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you to the panelists. And General, I look forward to hearing from you in 20 years. So we're moving forward. We have Our next panel, the Indo-Pacific Engine, Advancing Strategic Economic Partnerships with the United States. We are going to, our moderator, our host moderator is Lara Logan, a journalist going rogue with Lara. We have the Foreign Minister Yu will join us as a panelist. Colonel John Mills is Deputy Assistant Secretary for Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy. Johnson Chang, Deputy Chief of Mission from Taiwan. And joining us shortly is Congressman Tony Gonzalez from Texas. In about 10 minutes, he'll be here. So, Lara, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eli. If you would like to take your seats, gentlemen, that'd be great. I know the minister has some prepared remarks. John, do you have something prepared you want to say at the beginning? I want to get the prepared remarks out of the way because there's nothing more frustrating for the audience than asking a question that's never answered.
Okay.
So if you have something you want to say at the beginning, you could say it, and then after that, you need to answer the questions.
Okay.
Are we clear? I think we're clear, right? Yeah. Okay, good. So when Tony Gonzalez is on the Hill right now, Congressman Gonzalez, he'll be joining us in about 15 minutes, so we're not going to wait. We'll go ahead. But just as by way of introduction, I'll start with you, Minister. Minister Yu Pyong-hwan is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs out of Korea, Republic of Korea. He has a long history in diplomacy. He has served his nation for decades. He has lived in many capitals all over the world, and has been a strong partner for the United States in the U.S. alliance with the Republic of Korea. So then, Mr. Johnson Chung, I know you have a long history of living and studying in the United States. You went to Harvard University, J.F. Kennedy School of Government, and you hail from Taipei, on the northern corner of Taiwan there. Both another important ally for the United States. Colonel Mills, you have served your country for many years, I think, since the end of the Cold War, pretty much for many people's lifetimes. You've been serving your government both as a civilian and at the Secretary of War. You served in the Joint Chiefs. Your specialty is really kind of operations and planning. Would that cover it?
Yeah, I did a lot of strategic planning for a number of different operations over the last 30, 40 years.
And known for being a straight shooter, so we look forward to hearing what you have to say today.
Okay, thank you, Lara.
Okay, so Minister, I know you have some prepared remarks. If you would like to start with that, please.
Well, thank you, Lara, for your kind introduction.
I think we need some volume there. Can people at the back hear? No. Can people at the front hear? Also no. Okay.
It's okay?
No.
Hello? Hello? It's okay? And also my thanks go to General Mike Flynn and Ellie Gold for organizing this wonderful seminar. I'm very glad to be here. Well,
I think we still can't hear, sir. I apologize.
Yeah, let me start by saying my perspective on the Indo-Pacific economic aspects. Indo-Pacific has been an economic engine of the world for the last 30 years. And the rise of China, one of the consequences of the free and open trading system, which was buttressed by the United States and other. Is echoing? What is it? The mic is okay.
Speak right into the mic. Speak right into the mic, Minister. That's all.
As a free and democratic nations. However, since President Xi Jinping took power in 2012, the U.S.-China relations has become more contentious, as China claimed a sort of big power relations or great power relations when President Xi visited in California in 2013. So China GDP overpassed Japan and became the number 2, the second largest economy in the world in 2010. But to maintain a fair and free trading system in the Pacific region, which is a prerequisite for continued economic prosperity, the United States and its allies and partners should advance a strategic economic partnership and to cope with a new challenges in the region. And among many Indo-Pacific countries, Korea and Japan must feel obligated to play their role, commensurate with their economic power. And the supply chain issue with regard to economic security became an overwhelming concern for every nation in the region. And more nations became awakened about economic security when dealing with China in terms of export and import for key materials and advanced technologies. And now the very tense rivalry between the United States and China for economic security affects many nations in the region in their economic trade activities each other. Here, let me briefly explain the recent ROK-U.S. summit in Gyeongju, South Korea. Less than 6 months since its inauguration, President Lee Jae-myung met twice already, President Trump. Once in August this year, and second one is late October in South Korea, in Gyeongju, at the margin of APEC summit. And as a result, the joint fact sheet was announced on November 14, together with MOU for strategic investment that covered a broad range of agreements on tariffs, investment fund, and non-tariff measures, and also comprehensive security issues, including extended deterrence and regional stability, which will contribute to modernizing the future-oriented alliance relationship and expansion of the alliance into a substantive cooperative relationship. Among other things, the United States' consent to Korea's request to build a nuclear-propelled submarine for the Korean Navy carries a particular importance for the modernization of the alliance between our two countries to cope with an immediate North Korean nuclear threat, but it will ultimately provide a reliable asset for the United States in the long run in its efforts to strengthen regional deterrence. And in the MOU, which was concluded together with the joint fact sheets, Korea promised to create a strategic investment. Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
It's okay. In the MOU, Korea promised to create a strategic investment fund of 200 billion over the next 10 years. That means annually 20 billion will be created for the investment in the United States, which will include energy, semiconductors, pharmaceutical, key minerals, and artificial intelligence, and also quantum computing. Also, Korea will invest another $150 billion for U.S. shipbuilding revival project, which we call MASGA, is Make American Shipbuilding Great Again. And also there are two other very important commitments made by the Korean government. It was included in fact sheet. That is the procurement of American military equipment by the South Korean government. Within 5 years, we are going to spend $25 billion US dollars. And another 3.3 billion US dollars will be spent for the so-called cost sharing for the USFK. Now, annually, Korea pays 1.1 billion US dollars for the USFK in South Korea, but we are going to increase triple the amount. I think there will be enough to operate any exercise of the USFK in South Korea. Even it may pay for the deployment of strategic asset to the Korean Peninsula. And also another important promise is to Korean Airlines will purchase 103 units of Boeing, which will amount to 36 billion US dollars. All in all, Korea within 10 years obliged to invest or purchase total amount will be 444 billion US dollars. It's a huge amount of money. If you know that the amount of Korean foreign exchange reserve is 420 billion US dollars, but we are going to spend 444 billion US dollars for the strategic investment in the United States or purchasing American product, such as I mentioned, Boeing or other American-made military gears. And Korea's this kind of a collaboration with the United States through massive investment could help widen Korea's lead over China in key industries like semiconductor shipbuilding, where Beijing is rapidly catching up. And the speed of Chinese catching up is extremely fast, even in industries like chips. But I think South Koreans' strategic investment into the United States will help Korea to lead our technological edge of China much longer time. But my personal concern is that there lies some Chinese variables, as General Leem just mentioned about Chinese economic and cultural retaliation against South Korea. When South Korea deployed the THAAD system, THAAD is Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System. It's anti-missile system. Basically, it was deployed in order to protect American forces against North Korean missile threat. It's a commitment by both governments, but China started to retaliate South Korea in 2017. But my concern is that when we implement strategic investment into the United States, such as I mentioned, shipbuilding and other big key industries, it may increase likelihood of Chinese retaliation again in a much more bigger, magnitude. In that case, what we should do, whether United States and South Korea jointly, counter that Chinese retaliation, I don't know what will happen. But my concern is that China is trying to, drive a wedge between South Korea and the United States when we implement our promise for the strategic investment. And that is my concern. But at the same time, China is a very important trading partner for South Korea. During the last 30 years, since we normalized relations with China, Korea enjoyed trade surplus, and trade volume reached up to one time almost 30% of our external trade, including Hong Kong. And it was stabilized at the 25% of our total export. China is a very important, took important portion. But we intentionally try to reduce our dependence on China. So now it's down to almost 18% last year, the same as our export-import with the United States, and also the same amount we import-export with Japan. So since 2023, 2 years ago, our trade surplus with China has gone away. We are now experiencing trade deficit. So situation is much different. But still, because of geographical proximity and because of culture and for many reasons, China will play an important role as our trading partner. I think the same applies to the United States. So we cannot 100% exclude China from our supply chain.
But if you had to choose,
yes,
Minister,
of course.
If you had to choose, who are you choosing?
Yeah, so some American people criticize South Korea. We're relying on United States for security, also rely on China for economy. But when President Lee Jae-myung visited Washington in August, he made it quite clear that no longer it will apply. We already took side with the United States 75 years ago when Korea and War broke up.
Yes.
So we strongly remain as a staunch ally with the United States, no doubt about it. But practically, South Korea, unfortunately, our 85% of our GDP comes from external trade. That's South Korea's vulnerability. Japan is less than 30%, and GDP dependence on foreign trade. United States is much lower than that. But Korea really highly depends on external trade for its GDP source. That's why I have to confess. That's a fact. That's a reality. So we have to continue to trade with China, even though we are aware of a lot of problems, and we also have to face all the challenges for that.
Thank you, Minister. I'd like to just welcome Congressman Tony Gonzalez. Thank you for joining us, Congressman. Tony is a veteran of the United States Armed Services, a Navy veteran. He specialized in cryptology. He was a cryptologist, rose to the rank of Master Chief Petty Officer, deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, amongst other places throughout Asia. And after retiring from the Navy, he continued to serve in the Department of War as a legislative fellow, later entered politics. So we understand you've been on the Hill doing lots of business. Love to know what you do up there, by the way, but that's another conversation.
Me too.
So the framework for this conversation, obviously, is economic. This president inherited a situation where the Obama administration opened the economic doors to China. Everyone in this room is old enough to remember a time before China entered the World Trade Organization and post that, the era of globalism, which was sold to us as an era in which you would get the highest quality of goods, there would be jobs available, everything would be better quality and better prices, and everyone would be better off. And I think we now can see 2 decades later that that was a lie, and instead what they did was obliterate national security and sovereignty and hand over power to a foreign adversary who is now allied with every adversary the United States has. That's what you have on one hand, because whether it's China or somebody else, you have no supply chains to support any war effort. And for those of you who say, well, I live in Texas, I got my guns, good luck finding ammo when you don't manufacture gunpowder. Good luck staying in the fight when you don't have access to any medicine. Good luck when you transporting goods when you don't have any ships and you don't know how to build them and you can't build them anymore. So what we have done is complete supply chain annihilation, which is the obliteration of national security, which is why the economic conversation is being held today, which is why it matters so much. But then on the other side of that, the unrestricted warfare that China has been engaged in, handing out cheap loans, cheap money all over the world. And when those nations can't pay, when those governments can't cough up, China acquiring territory from ports to land, buying up land around military bases is only one part of it. But the actual strategic ground all over the world, increasing China's footprint. And while they're there, by the way, we can help you train your police force. And, oh, by the way, we can help you train your journalists. What is the purpose of that? You're talking about in these islands in the Indo-Pacific where there are no armies, but there is a police force. And then what happens once you train the police force? Well, lo and behold, China has police stations on your territory. So now in a country like South Africa, why are there 27 Chinese police stations? And what do they do there? And what do they do with the hundreds of thousands of Chinese students that they put inside American universities who all report back to the CCP? Because if they don't, they won't be sent in the first place, and their families, if they've left behind, won't make it. So that has put us in an awkward position, and it's put this president in the position where if you're not going to continue the status quo, where you are economically and militarily at a moment of reckoning when it comes to China, then you have a massive task on your hands. And so, Mr. Mills, I'd like to start with you. If you are the president today, and I'm avoiding saying his name on purpose because people get caught up in the partisan politics of this. But if you're the president and you recognize that we have completely and utterly leveraged out our national security to our enemies, and we have abandoned our allies like Korea and many other countries feel abandoned because the United States' attention has been elsewhere. And also because the United States has taken a number of steps which have strengthened our adversaries and weakened us at home. So it makes we've been sending conflicting signals out of this country for some time. For example, we have a rare earth minerals problem because as we advance industries like technology and so-called sustainable energy, the minerals that we need to build those things, if we're going to rely on them, are not controlled by us, they're controlled by China. And then we give up Afghanistan, we hand it over to a terrorist regime who's partnered with the Chinese, who's now got access to additional rare earth minerals that the U.S. had access to before they did that. So there's conflicting signals, and there is little domestic appetite for a restructuring of the strategic plane because there is almost no understanding of how far we have leveraged our national security to our enemies for no apparent reason that benefits the United States other than a tiny handful of people who've made fortunes of money.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Thank you,
So
Lena.
please.
No, it's an honor to be on your panel. Thank you so much, and also to the Gold Institute and General Flynn. And I see so many friends in the room here. And
Answer the question.
I am getting.
Come on, no
to
time
it,
for fluff.
Lara.
Let's go.
So you want me to just blow by my
I do.
prepared
Go.
statement? Well, I just want to say it's three simple things. The president has been very clear. We're going to focus on the reindustrialization. We're going to focus on the homeland. We're going to focus on our neighborhood. And that means the Americas. We've forgotten about the Americas, but it also means we're not going to forget our good friends and partners, both South Korea and Taiwan. And right here on the table, you got in the AI revolution that's occurring right now. You have three of the magic 5 countries that know how to make the AI future here. We owe Taiwan, and it's an honor to be here with Johnson. I just had lunch with him on Friday, so that's great. Thank you so much, Johnson. Great to see you again. And but we have a close relationship, and I want to pause. We have a relationship with these two countries, forged in blood, fire, and steel, that is just unbreakable. My father-in-law was wounded twice in 1950 in Korea. The brother of as my grandfather was fighting on Guadalcanal, his brother was spending multiple years marching around China with Chiang Kai-shek. So we have a close relationship, and it's very historical. But we got three of the magic five right here that know how to make chips. We thank Taiwan for them developing the art and science of making chips, and they've just revolutionized the world with that. But it's also South Korea, it's also America, it's also Japan, it's also the Netherlands. Those are the magic five. And my own undersecretary, we're convening tonight and tomorrow the first gathering of PAC Silica. And that's the core five countries that know how to get this right. And then a few other countries that we feel are trusted strategic partners to bring into that. So it's all about reindustrialization. With South Korea, we have a very strong trade relationship on AI, cloud, Samsung. We've signed deals and things like that, both with Hanwha and Hyundai. The Philly shipyard is, if you haven't been up to Philly shipyard, it looks better than it was under the U.S. Navy. Excuse me. I mean, it looks great, and it's because of Hanwha. And now we're going to be making nuclear subs at Philly shipyard because of the relationship. So it's a very close economic relationship. It's all about reindustrialization. And PAC Silica, this is the first gathering tonight and tomorrow, and it's really this is the center of gravity for economic growth in our own country and around the world. And so that's the pathway to addressing everything that you so eloquently identified, Lara.
Thank you for that. Johnson, if I could ask you a question. According to General Charlie Flynn, last year there were 36 incursions by Russian jets into U.S. airspace. Is that still working? There were 36 incursions by Russians into U.S. airspace, and some over 3,000 by the Chinese over Taiwan. So for your people, that sends a clear message. So I wonder if you could articulate what is the posture and the message that you're getting right now from China, and how much awareness do you find in the U.S.? I mean, are you here really to give a warning to the United States that you really don't have a lot of time?
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks. I would like to appreciate General Michael Flynn and also the Goethe Institute for hosting this very timely and a very important panel. I think all the questions you raised are very important when it comes to Taiwan. I think right now our strategy is to tell Xi Jinping, today is not a day, this month is not a month, this year is not a year, for you to go against Taiwan militarily. Yeah, in that regard, as we continue to work together with the U.S. when it comes to security cooperation, on the other hand, I think it's kind of a wake-up call for Taiwan, but also some other partners in the region to recognize the importance to work together with the U.S. to raise up the level of manufacturing here in this great country. So far, there are about $20 billion worth of weapons backlog to Taiwan. For example, 66 F-16 fighter jets ordered a contract in 2017. Not even one delivered to Taiwan yet. So it's a problem here. And we recognize that. I think this is something we really have to pay attention to. I think John, he mentioned about the importance of like-minded countries working together to increase the manufacturing capability. I think Taiwan would like to contribute this part. Yeah, that's why we encourage our companies to come into the U.S. to support President Trump's agenda to reindustrialize the U.S. because it matters to Taiwan's interests as well. We want to see the fighter jets going to Taiwan timely. We want to see the missiles going to Taiwan timely. We want to see the weapons we need going to Taiwan timely. This is a huge problem right now. We heard a lot of issues about this, like a supply chain issue, like a shortage of workforce. They don't have enough engineers, but we're gonna continue to build, to make sure that the U.S. continue to build arsenal of
Can I ask you
democracy.
why has the U.S. not delivered those F-16s? What's taken so long?
Yeah, I just talked about this, like supply chain issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the shortage of workforce. Yeah, manpower. Or there's some other issues, like, for example, like the process of acquisition in the U.S. But now I think the Pentagon right now is doing some reforms about this. So there's good news about this. So we want to speed up because China really quick. Yeah, like Minister mentioned about this as well. So we're gonna work together, and the business is a very important part. Is a very important factor about this. We needed their support to be part of this. Rebuilding manufacturing here in the U.S. When it comes to shipbuilding, very important. And also when it comes to some other industrial bases here, defense industrial bases here. Yeah, and it's just something we have been doing, and that's why when Taiwan, a semiconductor complex like TSMC, they pledged $165 billion to build fabs. They're going to build chips here, AI chips here in the U.S., which is the largest greenfield investment in U.S. history.
Where are you going to do that?
Arizona, Phoenix. Yeah.
And when does that start?
It started about 2 or 3 years ago, initially, and now they're going to build 6 fabs in Phoenix, Arizona, and also 2 we call high-end packaging centers and 1 R&D. Yeah, so there's going to be a cluster of AI chips there. Yeah, in Phoenix, Arizona. And some other companies like Hon Hai, Foxconn are going to build AI servers. That's all a part of AI infrastructure to increase computing power, which is important when it comes to AI empowered system. Yeah, so that's one part of that. Another part is Taiwan increased defense budget. Right now we have about $31 billion defense budget annually, and on top of that. We proposed $40 billion additionally for the next 80 years. So in total, we're going to have about $36 billion, which is about the level of Australia. Yeah, and we're on the way to about over 3.5% of GDP, on the way to 5% of GDP. So this is on Taiwan part. If we count a Coast Guard into this defense budget, which is by NATO standard, I think we have been already past 5% of GDP. So we basically very clear-eyed about the threat we face on a daily basis, and we're trying to do everything we can to increase our capability, and also together with the U.S. to support industrial defense bases here, which are important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Congressman, with your experience in the military, I know you appreciate how significant the advances in technology are for warfighting, but can you give us a sense of what difference that actually is going to make on the battlefield, but also just in terms of, we hear a lot from the administration about AI, and how important all of that is, and nobody seems to talk about the dangers of AI. Nobody talks about advancing a digital bill of rights. Nobody talks about protecting the American people from AI. It's a very one-sided conversation, which is alarming for a lot of people, because if China's the model, a digital identity and digital surveillance on every citizen is not where Americans want to go. So unless our elected officials start to separate these conversations and tell us what they're going to do to protect us, while also explaining how they're going to advance on the battlefield so that we're able to compete and win in this fight. Those two things kind of go hand in hand, except they're not presented that way, and there's a big gap for the American people. So can you address that, please?
Of course. This one isn't working. Mind if I borrow yours?
No, yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
His doesn't work either. No, I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
kidding.
All right. Well, I'll just speak with like a Master Chief. So one, it's an exciting time to be an American because President Trump is resetting everything, and there's opportunity in resetting of things, lots of opportunity, and you have to relook at things, and you got to go, wait a second, why are we here? What is the mission? Did we lose focus? What is the purpose of the Department of War? And you don't win wars alone. You need alliances. You need partnerships at all levels, whether it's at the kinetic level or whether it's at the non-kinetic level when you talk about AI. I spent 5 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, but I also spent 8 years in Indo-Pacific. My oldest son recently turned 21, and he asked me, he goes, what did you do for your 21st birthday? And I had to think back. I was like, oh, yeah, I was in a little island called Diego Garcia where it was filled with chickens for my 21st birthday. It was a little different than his 21st birthday. I say that to go, when you visit my office, one of my four walls is an entire map of the world. And the world is a very small place. We think it's a large place, but it's a very small place. And you need to have strong partners. And you also can't just read it in a book. You have to show up because every place is different. I visited Taiwan multiple times. I visited Korea multiple times. I visited Japan recently. You have to show up to these places because each place is different. Each has its own dynamics, and you need to find partnerships. When you specifically talk about AI, I think a large frustration people have is bureaucracy. It's the bureaucracy that's happening in government, either at the elected office side of us saying all these wonderful things and not fulfilling it, and then also the bureaucracy at the Pentagon. Sometimes within the organization itself, it's this bureaucracy of why we shouldn't do it instead of why we should. And once again, when you're in a conflict, that's not the time to build out the plan. That's time to execute the plan that ideally you've already been training on with your allies and partners. So the last part I'd say, from a technology standpoint, the world is changing. It has changed. Right? We've seen that with drone warfare. We're seeing that with AI, with quantum. We have to adapt to it. And we have to, as Americans, realize we cannot go it alone. We need strong partners at all levels, specifically in the Pacific with some of the partners here in Taiwan and South Korea and others.
But you see what you did there? You did what every leader does, and you answered only half the question, and you didn't address the concerns people have over AI.
Because if I could jump in, Lara, I just came from
can you just
after
finish
the congressman, of course.
Yes, let him finish.
Yes.
You're exactly right. Here's the thing: is sometimes lots of times you don't want Congress to get involved, and you don't want Congress to put shackles on things.
But people want a digital Bill of Rights.
We also need guardrails. Right, exactly.
Yes,
we also need guardrails.
Any.
So what I worry is, this is what I worry the most. It reminds, I've been retired 6 years now. It's that person that you kind of knows just enough, but they're far enough removed, are usually the most dangerous. So as lawmakers, we like to talk about AI. AI is a new cyber, right? Everyone likes to talk about AI, but there's very few experts on the Hill on it. So what I don't want to have happen is Congress just go out and do something to say we've done it. It has to be meaningful. And for that, we have to have the conversation. Let's have the conversation. And we're not. Frankly, we're not.
We're not. Are there any experts on the Hill in anything?
Probably one thing in particular.
I mean, that's a serious question. In what? Not
exactly.
Not implementing the president's agenda?
My expertise is cryptology, is cyber. And that's where I view the world. And
but aren't we behind there too?
We're way behind. We're way
Okay.
behind. And you mentioned TSMC. Or TSMC. I visited TSMC. I visited Samsung. I visited Dell. I visited some of these facilities. This is how we catch up or we stay relevant. But it's once again, it's the talk, but it's also the delivery. Hey, that's great. We already signed this package. Where's my FMF package? Where's this package that we signed 2 years ago? Lots of times it's held up in bureaucracy. And so what I love about the president is not waiting on bureaucracy. He's going, I gave you a task. I gave you a mission. Why isn't it complete? We all should be asking that question and waiting for the answer.
I'm holding my breath. At this point, I'm passing out. Yes, John,
Well,
yes.
Okay. Well, Lara, be careful what you ask for. I just came back from leading the American delegation in Baku, Azerbaijan, to the ITU forum. And, you want regulation of AI? Oh, yeah. Boy, the UN was all over that. China was all over that. I don't think we want the UN or China regulating
I'm not talking about the UN. I'm talking about a digital Bill of Rights that mirrors the Bill of Rights in the real world, in the U.S.
They want to do all kinds of things, including things that sound like a Bill of Rights. We very successfully beat down the UN attempts to regulate AI. So, no, that's a domestic issue for us, any kind of a Bill of Rights. So that's a domestic issue. But internationally, we have to be very careful because the UN has their eyes on this bright, shiny object, as does China, and they're expending massive resources because they do want to control and regulate it, and bad things are going to happen if we allow that to happen.
But this is why people feel even more vulnerable, because what you're saying is, we've got to get ahead of these people. They're trying to regulate it and
in their way
and use their power. And at home, we have no protection from it. If you look at the rulings of the courts, they rule all the time against the individual, and so they're not ruling according to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights in American courts. The people lose every time. And so if you really get the population behind your efforts in AI and all these advances on the battlefield and so on, you've got to address this issue that people feel exposed. Nobody in the United States of America wants to have to comply with some kind of digital scorecard to have access to food or housing or loans or the workplace or anything else. And that's what China has. And everyone talks China, 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 but nobody ever addresses this. And so great, we're going forward with AI and quantum computing and all of these relationships. So what are we doing to protect the individual from these advances?
Well, step one is keep the UN out of it. We're doing that. Now, step two
Well, how about defund the UN? That'll end the UN's role in this. I mean, let's pick a fight we can win.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we've been very clear at the UN. It's back to basics time.
No, it's not clear enough. We're still funding them. We're funding that effort. That's not clear. That is surrender, is what that is.
We've been very effective under this administration of keeping the UN constrained.
Still funding the war in Ukraine. Still funding the United Nations.
Okay, let's stay focused on AI.
Okay.
Stay
focused. I'm just saying. Okay.
We're all over the place.
All right, so let me ask you a question, and this I would like all four of you to answer, please. And we'll start with you, Mr. Minister. Is the United States already at war with China?
Well,
I'm not asking you.
To my understanding, there has not been a consensus among Democrats and Republicans of how to deal with China. But recently, I feel a kind of a consensus in the United States and consider China as a kind of adversary. It's beyond the kind of rival, but my concern is that we have to manage, the situation. We shouldn't let situation lead us. So that is, I want to see United States has a lead in the effort. There are many allies and partners in the Pacific region. So all those countries want to have peace and stability, not a confrontation between the United States and China, because, we are caught in between. We don't want that situation. We want to see some more, peace and tranquility in the region so we can prosper economically as we enjoy during the last, half century. Thanks to the United States sacrifice. Now it's time for the United States to have some help from the allies and partners in the region, in the Pacific region. And Korea is ready. That's why we committed such kind of strategic investment to the United States. I personally believe it's beyond our physical capacity, but we are committed to do that. It's because the United States is so important. You have done sacrifice to keep peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region for the last half a century. It's a sacrifice of the United States people. So we have to pay back one another. That's what I say, that we really try to remain as a strong partner and ally.
And do you think, just to follow on before everyone else answers, do you think China is serious when they say by 2027 they want to be ready for an invasion of Taiwan, at least have that capability? Do you think they're actually serious about invading?
I think China doesn't have that military capability or capacity to militarily occupy Taiwan. So we need some kind of a strong warning against China. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, if we give wrong lesson, wrong signal to China, China will do it one another. So that's why we support Ukraine to win the war. Because Putin, provoked the war. And they are cousins each other, but suddenly, 3 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine. Many excuses, but if Putin won the war and realized what he wanted to, then it may kind of give a wrong lesson to Mr. Xi Jinping. So that's real concern to us.
Yes.
So before being too late, United States lead our allies and partners to persuade China not to do anything wrong against Taiwan.
Tony?
Yep.
We are absolutely at war with China for a few different reasons. And I'll be frank, I came to Congress for two reasons. One, to prevent wars, and two, if we were to enter war, that we would win wars. That's the two reasons why I came to Congress. And the three examples of why we're currently at war with China is you look at our intellectual property. I mean, their new fighter looks a whole lot like an F-35 to me. Okay, so there's one. You look at fentanyl has poisoned millions of Americans. Where did that come from? And then you look at COVID. What happened to COVID? All of a sudden, the world shut down. And no one ever pointed fingers on where that came from. Like, we never followed up and said, wait a second. And as I visited some of the region, there were folks that go, hey, I understand that, Tony. You're passing through. We live here, right? We have to live in this neighborhood. So it's harder for us to speak out. Once again, that's what I think President Trump offers. For the first time in a long time, we have a president that's willing to go, wait a second, enough's enough. And he's traveled there, and we've seen the response he's gotten in Asia, everywhere really, but Asia in particular. To me, it was not shocking, but it should be shocking to some of our adversaries to go, the president is changing the landscape for the betterment of America. But we are absolutely at war, and we're not even talking about the cyber intrusions. We're not even talking about AI. We're not even talking about the race to space. I mean, this is a very serious conflict that's occurring. Real people are dying, though. And once again, I'm going, how do we end a war? How do we win this war? Or how do we prevent a war? Because I don't think, I'm of the mindset there are no winners in war, right? Only losers. And I've seen that. So how do we build out these partnerships, these alliances, these strengths to where we go, yeah, we're really good at war. You don't want to mess with us. You can talk about it. We have a laundry list of countries that we've gone through, and it hasn't turned out well for them. Others, like China, can talk about what they want to do. It's much different when you have to execute, and you have logistics, and you have all these communications, and you have all these other issues going on. So we're absolutely already there.
John, I know you're patient, so I'll come to you last. Okay, Johnson.
Yeah, I think it depends on how do you define war. My perspective is, if you think war is about values, I think it certainly is a war between not only China with the U.S., but also with democracies, including Taiwan as well. Because from China's perspective, they want to keep the CCP in power forever. It's totally unthinkable. In any country, you can have a political power over there, 100 years, even more. That's totally impossible in any other countries. But that's their goal. They want to keep the CCP in power forever. And they don't think that democracy works for the Chinese. So Taiwan stands as a democracy alone is a threat to the Chinese communist regime.
Just the existence.
Exactly.
Of Taiwan.
Yes. Putting aside all the territorial disputes, Taiwan standing as democracy, as a Chinese culture society, is a threat to the CCP, to Beijing. They don't want to see that happen within their territory. Yeah. In that regard, I think this is a value war. This is a war between democracies versus autocracy, and they use all kind of leverages they can use. Like, well, the previous panel, I think people talked about the political warfare. They're very good at it. They have a unit. They have a government agency doing this, United Front work. Yeah. And I think most liberal societies forget about that. Yeah. They use companies like Huawei, exerting political influences over our societies globally. Yeah. And Belt and Road initiatives. Yeah. All those kind of their political tools they can use. Not only about their political influences, but their values. They talk to countries Southeast Asia that America is going down, China is going up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, spread the news to Africa, to Latin America, Western Hemisphere. So I mean that is a word about values. That is a word about ideas. What do we stand for? In my perspective. Yeah. Thank you.
How has that affected people in Taiwan?
I think people in Taiwan, we understand. The importance of democracy and why we stand for the values we believe in. Yeah. However, Taiwan is democracy, so sometimes open society is relatively vulnerable, and open doors for some outside influences into our society. Yeah, I think we have to be very aware of this. Yeah, to distinguish. The voices, sometimes within, sometimes outside, and how do we work together as democracy to defend the values we believe in? But on the other hand, I think even though democracy compared to autocracy, democracy has some kind of weakness at some point, but I think in the long term, democracy is stronger. Because you have an institution for different people expressing different views. That is something China doesn't have. Yeah.
Can I add something here real quick? My second visit, I'll be very brief. My second visit to Taiwan, I'm Catholic. I have 6 children. I carry a rosary around, blessed by the Pope. Like, I really am Catholic. I was in Taiwan. It was Ash Wednesday. I call home, and I check in with my wife, and she goes, "You're going to go to church today, right?" I go, "I'm in Taiwan." She goes, "I'm sure you'll find a church." And so I reach out, I go to church. I was surprised. There were hundreds of Christians celebrating Ash Wednesday. That, to me, was the difference between a free Taiwan and a kind of controlled Taiwan. Wanted to add that.
John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. Well, as far as conflict, I mean, the national security strategy is very clear. The intent is to prevent the kinetic phase of conflict with China or any other adversary. Now, activities to the left of that, which really do constitute warfare also, those malign activities, nations are going to be held accountable, including China, for those activities. And what we're seeing right now, there's essentially a number of countries are colonies or proxies of China. Russia would not exist at this point in time if it wasn't for China. Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, South Africa, which we just threw out of the G20. They are proxies, and we're going to hold them accountable. Right now, what we're seeing in the Caribbean, that is, we're dealing with malign proxy warfare. Every one of those boats destroyed means hundreds of, if not thousands, of Americans saved. But we're dealing with malign proxy conflict directly, and so those activities to the left of kinetic conflict, they're not getting a pass. We're dealing with them.
Can you explain what that means? Frame it in terms of unrestricted warfare, which I'm sure everyone here knows, 2 Chinese colonels wrote a book on that in 1999 and then updated it about a year and a half ago.
Well, unrestricted warfare is everything, whether it be a lab in Wuhan, China, playing with gain of function, which we were called crazy for questioning when it first came out. So that's
some American partners in that, let's be clear.
Absolutely. But that was unrestricted warfare. They look at essentially DNA, genetic warfare, biological warfare as the high ground of showdown with America. Malign space activities, trade, fentanyl has been mentioned. If you can walk around northern Mexico between the cartels giving guidance and direction like Chinese personalities have been identified and indicted for, that means you're the one calling the shots. That means you're in charge. And that's what's going on in northern Mexico with the production of fentanyl, because 100% of the formulary components come from China. But we are addressing that and shutting that down. And there's a number of activities going on inside of Mexico right now to deal with that. So it's all forms of warfare, stealing our intellectual property, deforesting industry by industry, whether it be all the way from textiles back in the 80s and 90s to consumer-grade drones, or whether it be high-end IT such as Huawei and other firms. Their intent is to replace America, and our intent is to defend America and make America first and hold them accountable.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so this is a yes or no answer from every person on the panel. If China tries to project power abroad, does it collapse at home because the people hate the regime so much? Yes or no? We'll start with you, Johnson, and we'll go right down to Tony.
Okay. If I understand your question correctly, you're asking about
if they have to send 300,000-400,000 troops to invade and conquer Taiwan, are they so vulnerable at home that they face collapse?
It's a very good question.
Thank you.
I think, yeah, it demonstrates their fear. Yeah.
Their greatest weakness at home.
Well, I can give you an hour answer about this, but I only have a few seconds. So yes. I think demonstrate their fear, and the weakness of dictatorship. Yeah.
John?
Like Johnson, my answer is yes. That is a very good question, Laura. So, but my mic went out just at the key time. The answer is yes. That's a very good question, Laura. So, but I think like all dictators, and I've had to deal with many over the years in different countries, their number one fear is their own people. And this is the way it always plays out. So, and they teach you at week 1 at dictator school is when you're in trouble at home, always invade another country. Okay, that's the test on Friday of week 1 of dictator school. So I think they are extremely. It is a totalitarian regime. Totalitarians are always most afraid of their own people.
Minister.
Well, yes and no. I really don't know what happened. It's a difficult question, but yes, but I really don't know the answer.
Would you be willing to take a bet?
Yeah. Well, probably yes, but I really don't know what happened.
Thank you.
I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say that alone
That's
is not...
because you're in Congress.
Well, I'm going to say that alone is not going to be enough to unravel what they've created. There would have to be more, and we have to be mindful of that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your time and your expertise. Oh, we have questions. Sorry. One question here from Eli Gold.
I just want to make a comment. Two things that we're not supposed to do is to make comments and shameless plugs. But the Gold Institute recently published our national cyber strategy, which you can find on our website. Congressman, you were the first member of Congress to call for a meeting briefing about that, so I appreciate that. The next thing that we're doing and talking about, to your point about the United Nations, the next well, we're continuing the cyber, but we're also looking into precisely that AI. Because the last thing that we want to do is have Greta Thunberg telling us how we should be addressing AI. So that's our next phase in that. So to answer your questions and plug the shameless plug for the institute.
Shameless plug for the Gold Research Institute. Thank you so much.
Great to meet you. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Visit again. Thank you. Yes.
All right, moving right along on our final panel. If we can, does this work? I don't know. Let's try it now. Our final panel, plugging right along, we have Justin Moon from Rod Iron Ministries is going to moderate our discussion, and the topic is the role and contributions of the ROK-U.S. alliance in deterring North Korea's nuclear and missile threats. We have the former Vice Minister from the Ministry of Unification, Minister Moon. We have Congressman Trent Franks, who is a Gold Institute Distinguished Fellow from Arizona. John Wallstetter, a Gold Institute Fellow. And Peter Husey, President and Senior Director for Strategic Deterrence Studies at Geostrategic Analysis. So with that, I turn it over to our moderator. Yes. Yes.
I love him. There he is.
Well, I'd like to thank Eli, and I'd like to thank General Flynn for inviting me up here to be a moderator for this fourth panel. I was under the impression that I was just going to make a few comments, but I'm happy to play the role. My name is Justin Moon. I'm the president and CEO of the Car Firearms Group. I've also worked a number of years in the nonprofit arena. My father is, of course, is the founder of the Washington Times, and he worked extensively in the nonprofit area during the Cold War to help bring down the communism through his VOC activities. He's also the founder of the Unification Church. So, General Flynn, thank you for inviting me up to your wonderful event. I learned so much about the Indo-Pacific region. And this fourth panel is the role and contribution of the ROK-U.S. alliance in deterring North Korea's nuclear missile threats. And I just prepared a short 5-minute remark before we get started. And I'd like to make this remark and pose these questions to you, because I'm not a government person. I'm a private individual. I've worked in nonprofit arena, and I have more a common sense view which regular people who don't work in the government have. So, North Korea has made dramatic strides in missile tech with their successful tests of the Hwasong 17, 18, 19 long-range missiles and their Hwasong 8 hypersonic missile. These strides in missile technology have coincided with increased military cooperation with Russia. Given that the North Korean threat does not exist in a vacuum, but in the context of North Korea's geopolitical relationships with China and Russia, we need to address those geopolitical factors that form the current nuclear missile threat. The event that destroyed the world architecture of U.S. hegemonic peace was when Russia escalated the Ukraine war by invading Ukraine in February of 2022. This escalation and the sanctions against Russia that followed triggered a series of consequences that were not foreseen. The war, the sanctions, instead of defeating Russia, have strengthened Russia's economy and military capability and power. Today, to most serious observers of the war, Russia is poised to strategically be victorious in the Ukraine war. The sanctions and Russia's exclusion from the SWIFT financial system have also accelerated the de-dollarization of trade in the BRICS bloc and altered the flow of Russian raw material supplies strategically in a pattern strategically harmful to the U.S.-led world. Since the war's escalation, Russia's trade with China has grown exponentially, whereas in the past, Russia's maritime China's maritime supply chain could be credibly threatened by U.S. naval power. China's overland trade with Russia is immune to those threats. With the improved security of China's supply chain, China has been freed to pursue a more aggressive foreign policy towards Taiwan. We can see China's adventurism with the increasing threat of invasion of Taiwan. Given this geopolitical frame, the policy prescription, I think from a common sense point of view, would be to advance U.S. world order and defeat the North Korean missile threat is clear. We need to appease Russia and contain China. We appease Russia by recognizing Russia's victory in the Ukraine war and ending the war in Russia's favor, and by lifting the sanctions against Russia. Once we end the war, the U.S. and its allies in Europe, Indo-Pacific region, should trade aggressively with Russia to achieve the strategic goal of atrophying Russia's trade with China. If we can force China to rely on maritime trade to fuel industry, then we can once again keep China in check by credibly threatening China's supply chain. As we realign China's economic reality, we show strength and resolve by reprioritizing U.S. military spending towards naval expansion. We recognize Taiwan's key strategic positioning in the first island chain of defense, and we commit formally to defend Taiwan. Further, with our assistance from our allies in Japan and Philippines, we need to fortify the first island chain by deploying missiles, sea mines, air power, and logistics along the entire chain. In this manner, we can control all major choke points in the China trade, and we can credibly deter any military adventurism by the CCP. Pursuing this policy of appeasing Russia and containing China, we could restore the balance and preserve the peace in the Indo-Pacific region and defuse the nuclear missile threat from North Korea. Doesn't that make common sense, or is that unrealistic? Speaker Moon?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very much honored to speak on the very important topic.
Please give us your remarks.
Yeah, the very important topic that Korea and the United States, as allied countries, face today. And I'm a Korea diplomat for the last 37 years. I was posted to Washington, D.C. 3 times. At the same time, I also was a Director General of that foreign ministry who is responsible for that Korea's foreign policy vis-a-vis the United States. So that I'm one of the person in the foreign ministry who knows the United States better than any other diplomats in the ministry. So that before I'm going into my own points, that I would like to address 2 topics which was mentioned during that previous session. One is that just third session just before this one, that Lara asked that what is your choice between the United States and China? Responding to that question, my answer is pretty clear that our choice is with the United States. As you know, that after the Korean War in 1953, Korea concluded kind of the mutual defense treaty with the United States. So someone actually mentioned that our alliance as an alliance forged in blood. I don't know whether you had any chance to visit that the Korean War Veterans Memorial, just next to that Lincoln Memorial. Yesterday, actually, we paid respect to the fallen soldiers of the United States during the Korean War. So that there should not be any doubt about, Korea's relations with the United States in the field of security. Also, Korea is one of the few U.S. allies who fought together, shoulder to shoulder, in Vietnam, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, also in other battlefield as PKO. So that all in all, Korea is one of the very strong allies of the United States in the field of security. Then how about the economy? That, as Minister, you mentioned that Korea has been actually heavily dependent on China because Korea is more or less export-driven countries. But particularly after that, the THAAD issues, we had some troubles with China. At the same time, as you can see, during that recent summit meeting in August and in October, also that adopted that fact sheet, joint fact sheet, Korea actually decided to commit itself to invest in the United States $350 US. Besides that, that one, our private sectors committed 150 billion US dollar to the United States. So in terms of trade, also Korea is one of the few countries that concluded FTA with the United States. So that if you ask me that what is your ally in the field of that economy, without any hesitation, United States. So that this is not the issue of that choice between United States and China in the field of even in economy. I think it's the issue that based on our alliance, how we will deal with China. I think that should be the right question to answer to the people of the Korea. That is my first point. And my second point is that Congressman actually raised quite an important aspect that there are lots of strengths of the United States. The United States is a country of the creativity, entrepreneurship, and then Christianity, and democracy, values, and others. But in terms of that global issue, that the strength of the United States comes from that network of alliance. So that means that if you can continue to maintain those great network that you established for the last few decades, is great asset for the United States to still continue to exert your influence all around the countries. So that you should not forget that the United States' strength is coming from the network of the alliance, where Korea is fit into pretty well. So that those are two comments that I really would like to make before my own point, before I'm making my own point. Then how to address the North Korea's nuclear and missile threat? It is quite difficult issues. As you know, that there have been several efforts by Korea and the United States and other countries to deter that capabilities of North Korea, but it all failed. Now, North Korea is de facto kind of nuclear state. Then how we will address that threat? The first point that I would like to make is that we should strengthen our deterrence based on our allied powers. Then second one is that, it is, nobody actually mentioned about our cooperation with Japan, which is very much integral part of our response to North Korea's threat. So that since that Camp David agreement 2 years ago, that we established quite great structures, which is actually functioning among three countries, how we can deter North Korean nuclear and missile threat. Because, in terms of the particular missile, that it is critical to share that early warning information with Japan. That is complete our kind of that detecting North Korea's nuclear and missile threats and then responding at the right manner to that threats. So that the cooperation with Japan is critically important, and then during the recent two summit with the United States, that those spirit is reflected in the agreement between two countries, between Korea and the United States. So that that in relationship with Korea and Japan, there is always an ups down because we have some history issues with Japan. But despite that, the current government's position is that its history issue is not the issue to be resolved overnight. But it is important how to manage that differences in terms of history so that we can go together into the future. So that is basis of that our relation with Japan. Actually, President Lee, when he traveled to the United States last August, he first visited Japan. It is kind of unprecedented for Korea. He is the first kind of Korean president to visit Japan before his trip to Washington, D.C., which is also well received in Japan as a goodwill signal working with South Korea in terms of addressing all those different challenges. Then we talked a lot about China. I do not want to add some extra point because I'm not the Chinese expert. But one thing I want to make here is that in Korea, we have still many Korean people who remember that how China can be threatening to Korea, how much they are pose different challenges to Korea. We experienced that through that saga, through that Tata issues. At the same time, recently in the Yellow Sea and West Sea of the Korean Peninsula, they are building up some artificial infrastructures, which you can see in the South China Sea. So all those aspects of China kind of give Korean people certain types of warning. China is some country that we should approach with caution. So that is, again, that when I just return back to my first kind of point, that Korea has already chosen the United States economically and politically and security-wise. Then my third point that I want to make here is that North Korean threats, nuclear and missile threats, is part of that North Korean problem. It's not just, nuclear and missile threat. So that is why we need to take a more comprehensive approach to North Korean threats. That means that we need to make some multi-dimensional approach to deal with North Korean threat. What I try to mean by this is that I want to mention just one point, that Korea used to be the invitee to NATO summit. So that the previous president of Korea participated 3 consecutive years in the meeting between NATO and IP 4 countries, Indo-Pacific 4 countries, including Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So that I think, because of the military cooperation between Russia and North Korea in the face of that Ukrainian war, that clearly testify that security in Europe and Asia is interconnected to each other. That is why we also need to pay attention how Korea and the United States can cooperate with each other in the context of NATO. So that that is the point that I would like to make here. And then if there is any question, I'm willing to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Wolfsleather, Senior Fellow, Gold Institute. Would you like to comment on this question of the North Korean missile threat?
Is this working? Yes. Okay. I could not disagree more strongly with what you started with. Appeasement is never the correct answer, and it will have reverberations. The first one will be Vladimir Putin has made quite clear that Ukraine is not the only thing he wants. He wants all of the near abroad to be reunited with Russia, whether they like it or not. So I would advise that if you were to give this talk in any of the Baltic countries, you might want to have bulletproof glass in front of you when you give it. And now I'd like to pivot to my own comments on They go on extended deterrence and Asia and beyond. And my bottom line is that they are inextricably interlinked. Because if in any area we have a failure of deterrence, it is going to cascade. It's not going to be there. And it doesn't matter whether we have a formal alliance, as we do with NATO, or we have a specific defense treaty as we have with Japan, or we have a commitment short of that to guarantee Taiwan is not forced to surrender its freedom by force. If in any of these, in any of the theaters, whether it be in Europe, Ukraine, the Mideast, or anywhere in Asia, we were to fail to no longer extend deterrence, it would cascade in all the other areas. You can't isolate this. And there's a general environment that I wanted to point to here. We are now, we need full spectrum deterrence, which is both high-low in terms of technology, in terms of space versus surface, in terms of the various types of systems, from drones all the way up to the high-end things like the strategic aircraft and missiles. And we are going to have to shift more and more away from primarily offense to defense. Because what we just saw in Israel was what would happen. Your normal life would have been impossible in Israel if they didn't have an effective defense. There was a mention of that earlier today. missile defense is going to play a leading role in it, and initially it'll be kinetic systems like Iron Dome, and it is already moving toward systems, directed energy systems like Iron Beam, which are vastly cheaper to use and can be retargeted instantly in real time. And space-based assets increasingly will also play a role, and thank God Mr. Trump understands that. It's essential to this also is to avoid single points of catastrophic vulnerability, examples of which would be electromagnetic pulse taking out our electric grid, or cyber, which also could do the same sort of thing through cascade failure. That is a vulnerability that is an enormous temptation to our adversaries. And Obama and Biden policies have contributed significantly to a window of vulnerability akin to that we faced in the 1970s under Jimmy Carter. And loss of extended deterrence will supercharge allied nuclear proliferation. If we're no longer under our umbrella, there are a whole bunch of countries that can go nuclear very quickly. Japan can do so. They're sitting on something like 20-some tons of weapons-grade plutonium, and they would no doubt get calls from other of our allies because you're not going to go the long route to do it. In the end, if we need to understand overall, and a little bit that was touched on earlier, that we're looking at a world where China is moving in the direction of trying to impose a pax sinica on the world. And some of Trump's advisors, like J.D. Vance notably, would like us to withdraw. The fact is, if Pax Americana is not there and Pax Sinica is not ready, what you're going to have is what the French would call sauve-qui-peut. Namely, you would have an increasing disorder. You can draw a lesson here, two lessons. One is that our enemies don't take holidays from history, they don't declare peace dividends, and they will attempt to fill any vacuum we leave if we decide to, as you put it, go home. The other is an analogy I draw from the second law of thermodynamics, which says that absent work done, the systems tend to descend from order toward chaos. And the work in this case is having something like Pax Americana. And if we step out of the way, it is going to extend toward chaos, and that, again, would be sauve-qui-peut. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Peter, would you like to comment on this session number 4, the North Korean threat and the ROK alliance?
Certainly. I want to thank General Flynn, and I want to thank Mr. Lake. God love you both. This is a homecoming for me. Korea, members of Korean society, they are my brothers and sisters. I lived in Seoul for 2 years and went to Yonsei de Hakyo, as my Korean mother called me Migu Kaksang, because she couldn't pronounce my last name. And I loved the 2 years I spent there. And so Korea is really family to me. Years ago, I met General Vesey, and he told me an interesting story. President Carter had him in the Oval Office and said, "Sir, you're commanding general of the American forces in Korea. I'll make you chief of staff of the U.S. Army if you agree with me to support withdrawing all American forces from South Korea." And what General Vesey said was not something you should say to the President of the United States, and I won't repeat it here, but basically was, I need my honor more than I need a promotion. Well, the person who heard that story was none other than Ronald Wilson Reagan. And Ronald Reagan made him whom? chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's a lesson I learned about Korea that all my Korean professors had told me, that we are wedded in blood with you guys. You're our friends. We're both friends. And when I was at the National Defense University for almost 22 years, my last boss was General Dunn. General Dunn was the military advisor to the American forces in Korea on legal matters in the negotiations with North Korea. And then he went over to the Air Force Association and called me up and said, you got to come over here from NDU. You've been there 22 years. You should come over. And I said, okay, I will. And with that, let me start with what is never talked about is, where did this mess in North Korea come from? Well, the Chinese, under Deng Xiaoping in 1982 in October, in a secret meeting of the Politburo, and if you want to get the details, Tom Reed was Secretary of the Air Force under President Ford. He also was Ronald Reagan's Deputy National Security Advisor with Judge Clark. In his book called The Nuclear Express, there's an entire chapter on a meeting that Deng Xiaoping had in October 1982, where he decided secretly to supply nuclear weapons technology to Pakistan, North Korea, Iran, Libya, Syria, and though he didn't say so, I think between Libya and other countries, Saddam Hussein got some of the nuclear. Now, thank God, a number of these countries couldn't find a giraffe in a phone booth, and so they never made a lot of progress on this. But Pakistan did, and the first country to get nuclear weapons was North Korea. Notice all the countries I mentioned were state sponsors of terrorism under the tutelage of the Soviet Union, and then after the end of that. And Pakistan is kind of rough because they did create the Taliban. And then they did give sanctuary to both Al-Qaeda and the Taliban during us taking down the Taliban after the Civil War. So they created the Taliban as a moderate substitute for Hekmatyar, who was running the country, had won the Civil War, who was crazier than, beyond crazy. Can imagine creating the Taliban as a moderate alternative. So when you look at this, what was China trying to achieve? They knew they were taking a risk. What if North Korea's nuclear weapons prompted the South Koreans to say, we don't care, we're building nuclear weapons? That would have been, you would have had 7 nuclear armed powers surrounding Korea. You have North Korea, Japan, probably Taiwan, the United States, Russia, and China. One mistake, you could have a conflagration that would engulf that part of the world. And the importance of this world is in 2050, you're going to have $62 trillion of GDP and over 5 billion people. That's why this is so critical. So China rolled the dice when Deng Xiaoping did this in 1982. And they figured that they get 2 things. The United States would prevent South Korea from going nuclear. Not because we don't like South Korea, but we didn't want to see the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which was signed in ratified in 1970. We didn't want to see it unravel. But there's another thing. They knew they could get American commentators to blame America, not North Korea. You all know who Jeane Kirkpatrick is, okay? The Pumpkin Papers Irregulars have their annual dinner in this room. And Jeane Kirkpatrick, before she gave her famous speech at the Republican National Committee, tried it out on us first. And she said they always blame America first. And I helped get her nomination through the Senate. And I always say to her, Jean, no, they always blame America, period. And they do. Joe Cirincione with the Quincy Institute said American forces militarized the peninsula. And what does Ted Galen Carpenter and Doug Bandow say from Cato? We better get the heck out because there's going to be a nuclear war on the peninsula because the North Koreans are crazy, but we don't want to see Americans die, so our soldiers should come out. Not a word about the 292,000 Americans that live in South Korea and do business and teach there and are married to Korean women or men, depending on what it is. So China rolled the dice, and sure enough, American commentators echoed Jimmy Carter saying, let's get out, okay? in the final analysis, we ask yourself, if we allowed South Korea to go nuclear, then I think the Chinese would pay attention to bringing down the North Korean program. But how do you get the South to say, well, we're going nuclear, but wink, wink, we really won't, and then get the Chinese to do something that they put on the table because they lie about everything, and they're not transparent. So you then end up with the problem of we have North Korean nuclear weapons, and denuclearization is the entire agreed framework that Bill Clinton put together was a fraud. Yep. He didn't think it was a fraud. But the North Koreans knew it was a fraud because they signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty in 1986. Surprise, surprise. Deng Xiaoping says we're going to give you nuclear weapons in 82. You sign the treaty in 1986, and you develop and blow up your first nuclear weapon in 2006, almost 20 years later. From the Khan network is where you get all the stuff. And then the North Koreans help the Pakistanis do what? Build ballistic missiles. So they could handle India, which was precisely what China was interested in. Plus, if you notice all the countries they were arming with nuke technology, every one of them has been in war with the United States of America. We've had to do Syria, we've had to do Iran, we've had to do Iraq, we've had to do Libya, and we were really in war with Pakistan because they were helping the bad guys, or our soldiers were getting IEDs and blown up in Afghanistan. And then we end up with what? We withdraw from Afghanistan and turn the country back over to the Taliban, where we spent 20 years trying to get rid of. Okay, to say nothing would have happened in Iraq because ISIS was developed and so forth. So the Chinese were very clever, but what they didn't realize is they drove our dear friends in South Korea to make common cause with the Japanese in a way that no one had predicted. Because one of the things I learned in South Korea is if you're in a cab and the cab driver is Korean and he gets really mad, you find out things about the Japanese you didn't know were true. Even though it was in Korean, the gentleman here from Korea said, I found myself, I could understand half. But when I was in Korea, I was told that only 3 students in the international division at Yonsei University, our classes were in English. They were with the professor in his office. And because Susan and Leslie were, one was a 6-foot blonde, and Susan was a Korean American from Michigan State, they could twist these wonderful professors, and they would get us off. Can we have a week off? We'd like to go traveling. One of our professors took us to Hong Kong because his sister was head of the Far Eastern Economic Review. And she paid for the 3 of us to spend a week in Hong Kong, which you learn a great deal about the world from that perspective. Because remember, this is 69, 70. So my view is, as General Dunn put a pyramid together when he was president of NDU, and he said the pyramid of North Korean objectives at the very top is reunification under North Korean rule. Second tier is withdrawal of all American forces. Third is to get inside the South Korean government to the point where you can flip them, that you can be a secret force. And my view is the quickest way to initiate a war on the peninsula in South Korea is withdraw American forces. The 20,000 or so soldiers we have there is, in the scheme of the $6.5 trillion federal budget, it's nothing. And it's the key card to securing Koreans' freedom and liberty. If there is one country in the world, and I think that the National Security Strategy actually said this, if there's one country in the world which is an extraordinary success, other than Germany and Japan after World War II, it is South Korea. I remember living there in 69 and 70, and Korea was just emerging from the agriculture country they were to an industrialized country. I'll tell you a story at end. I would take a bus from Yonsei every week evening to the Bank of Tokyo Seoul branch, where I taught 4 Korean bank managers English. And they then would take me out to play billiards, which they love in Korea, and then they take me to dinner, and then they take me home to my family. And I get off the bus, and I had about a half mile to walk to Gwamun, and these little shoeshine boys were all orphans. And they sit there with their little shoeshine boxes. And how much do you think a shoeshine was? 10 won. 400 won was $1. So they just, about 10 won. I like this little kid. They were all orphans, and he shines my shoes. And by the time I walk half a mile down to Kohamun to the Bank of Tokyo, he's there sitting on the steps again and wants to shine my shoes again. So I said, heck, I would give him 100 won. And for this kid, it was like, whoa. So when I went to the Hanga Haktong, which is where you learn Korean, most of my classmates were Jesuits from Italy, nuns and priests. And they spend their entire lives doing nothing but taking care of Korean orphans. They have a school where they go to school, they pay them, and they learn a skill, a trade, like construction or engineering or carpentry or plumbing, because they're orphans and they're often mixed races, they're not very well respected because they don't have family. But this gives them a step up. And I asked the priests and the nuns, I said, how long do you do this for? And they said, the rest of our lives. And every 5 years they go back to Rome for school. And they do a lot of study, and then they come back. And they were the most wonderful, wonderful people. And I visited the school, the Don Bosco school in Seoul. They had 3 of them. And they had about 400 orphan children. And so talk about cementing your relationship with the country. People love Korea. And the Koreans are incredibly friendly, wonderful. Look what they have achieved. We do not want to see those 36,000 American soldiers that died and tell them we're withdrawing and we're going to roll the dice. And if there's a war, well, there's a war. They can fight. They're great fighters. They were well armed. No, I don't want to see that ever happen. So if I have to keep 20,000 people there for another couple hundred years, it's fine with me. Thank you.
Congressman Trent Franks, if Russia, China, and North Korea remain united in their military as well as unlimited relationships which they're developing, does the ROK-U.S. alliance have the power to deter their behavior from making war with Korea or Taiwan?
Well, first of all, let me just thank you, General Flynn, and thank you, Ellie, for allowing me to be here. In full disclosure, I was added to this at the very last moment, so this is going to be a lesson in being off the cuff here, and I'm going to probably just try to address that question through some experiences that I had. I spent 15 years on the Strategic Nuclear Forces Subcommittee, which is the committee in Congress that deals with these kinds of issues. And fundamentally, I first learned something you might find a little bit humorous at first, but one intercontinental ballistic missile that lands in your backyard and detonates will ruin your whole day. And that's important to keep in mind because it affords us the gravity by which we measure some of these things. And I know that we're talking about deterrence more than anything else, so the French call it dissuasion. The reality is, to answer your question, I think that it's vital when you have a police state headed up by the North Korean leaders that we must make sure that they understand that they have no ultimate future if they should attack America or our allies.
Absolutely.
Ever since America became the first nuclear-armed nation, it has guaranteed, to a degree, peace and stability in the world. Now, a lot of people say, well, I'd like to get rid of nuclear weapons altogether. That's a question that has very little value because the nuclear weapons are here and they are part of the world that we live in, and it is vital that we compete in that. Well, compete. That's all right. Let's try again. Nope. Try it again. Try that again. Try it again. All right. All right. We'll try. Yeah. Did it go? It was gone again. No. All right. Well, this is going to be fun. So we spend about 5% of our now $900 billion defense budget, our NDAA, on our nuclear weapons capability. And yet there is nothing that gives America more deterrent capability, more ability to speak to the world with confidence than that capability. And if you would ask Ukraine, I think they would probably express to you in the same terms. You know, Mr. Carter thought that we could build down the nuclear weapons capability. He went to Ukraine and said, you know, we got to get rid of this. And they listened to him. And, of course, we signed the Budapest letter, and we said that we will guarantee your national sovereignty. Russia signed it with us. Of course, the UK signed it. And then years later, as you all know, Russia entered Ukraine. Now, a lot of you know that there's the debate going on, if Donald Trump had been president, would Putin have entered Ukraine? I think the answer is no. But let me say to you, I'm very confident that if Ukraine had had their nuclear weapons capability, the answer would have definitely been no. Because there's no way, there's another rule about nuclear weapons, never invade a country that has nuclear weapons, because you may not have a country to go back to. And I would just suggest to you that we need to take those lessons very, very seriously. Now, related to our capability to defend ourselves, I also had the privilege of being the chairman of the Missile Defense Caucus, and I'm sorry I have to kind of do this from a 50,000-foot view here, but the Hwasong missile system that North Korea has is a major step forward from their Taepodong and their No-Dong systems, and even they could hit the eastern seaboard. And once that occurs, there is a certain element that changes everything, because if one of those missiles should get through and hit New York or hit Washington, D.C., I don't think we understand the gravity of such a thing that occurred. And so that's why the missile defense system capabilities are so important. I run into a lot of people, they say that, well, we have a missile defense shield over the United States. I wish that were true. In fact, I offered an amendment that took me 11 years to get passed that mandated a space-based missile defense layer. And by the grace of God, here about 2 months ago, General, they told us that they had come up ready now with a deployable kinetic interceptor that would be space-based. And I'm all for that. That's very, very important. But, boy, it took 9 years. And now, of course, the potential is with the fractional orbital bombardment systems that have a relative speed related to the ground speed of the Earth now, the capability of delivering something that has a 22,000 mile an hour closing speed, and they're 200 miles up, not 3,000 or 5,000 miles away. So we are going to have to do something very different. I met with the Golden Dome team here sometime, details about that. But the fact is we have to do that. And more importantly, this gentleman here is correct. We are going to have to move toward either a directed energy or a particle beam capability, in this case laser, because laser travels at Mach 800,000. That's a lot faster than the regular hypersonic missiles. They say, well, they travel 5 times the speed of sound. That's fast, and it is. But if we're going to solve the telemetry problems of places like North Korea, we have to be able to make sure that whatever they throw at us, that we can hit in time. And Israel has come up with their Iron Beam system. We were very supportive of that. The problem is the cost. You know how much it costs Israel to knock down a missile with the Iron Beam system? Almost $5. Almost $5. Now, I say that to give you a sense of the difference that makes. Speed of light is important, and we need to make sure that we're able to do that. And if we can do that, we can tell North Korea, listen, if you ever do send a missile our way or toward our allies, we can take it down, and then we're going to send you some fireworks you won't believe. And I can tell you, I believe that that's the way that we deter North Korea. I'm not sure I would add anything more to that. I'm going to probably leave it open for questions as we go. But let me just say to you that regardless of what weapon systems that we use, there's always this escalation, General, that we talk about. It's not about the escalation of a fight between two countries. It's the escalation of military technology. You know, a long time ago, we were throwing rocks and sticks at each other, and then somebody came up with armor, and that escalated it to the next system. We're now throwing intercontinental ballistic missiles at each other at thousands of miles an hour with hundreds of thousands of tons of equivalency of trinitrotoluene. And it's a different world. And as General MacArthur used to say, you know, we have too many men of science or too many men of war, not enough of peace and philosophy and faith. And we're going to have to get a hold of this, or otherwise Armageddon will be at our door. And I believe that to be a case, because one nuclear warhead landing in your backyard will ruin your whole day.
I just have to say something, is this gentleman to my left, Congressman Trent Franks, is the person responsible for the fact that we're building a missile defense today. He worked tirelessly to get language put in there by Carl Levin that says you can only build a limited shield. Drove us all nuts, but the person who got it out was Trent Franks. And as he said we got to go to space as Ronald Reagan envisioned. And I think, yeah, it took can you imagine a decade? More than a decade? But I just want to tip my hat to someone I worked with a lot when he was on the Hill. He was an extraordinary member of the House. He put together a Missile Defense Caucus, which he led. And where we are today is because of you, Trent. And I just want to acknowledge that.
Congressman, I have one follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
The question is, if we look at the Ukraine war, the interception rate of Russia's hypersonic missiles by our Patriot battery is at 6%. And considering that Russia has 7,000 nuclear warheads and China has thousands, of course, North Korea only has probably less than 100. If we have to fight a united China, Russia, and North Korea, is it feasible to believe that we can build a nuclear shield which can defeat these countries' hypersonic missiles like the Oreshnik or the new Satan II, which MIRVs into 15 MIRVs, or either their new Berezhnik nuclear-powered unlimited range cruise missile, or their Poseidon unlimited range nuclear-powered submarine missile?
Well, you might be surprised to hear me say that your question is spot on, and the answer, you're exactly right. We cannot deal with the kind of a raid from a Russian Federation nuclear strike. There's no way that we have that capability now. I offered the amendment that went from a limited regional capability, as the gentleman said, to a robust national capability. But the reason for missile defense is not to be able to replace mutually assured destruction. It's to make sure that it is assured. Because right now, our fear, if Russia decides to strike us, we can't feel that kind of a strike. You're 100% right. But if it's a North Korea, we can feel that. We can knock that down, 2 or 3 of them. We have just to give you a real ugly picture here. We've only got about 45. Is about 45 GBIs, General, and I think we've got about 5 of them in Vandenberg, and probably maybe 40 of them in Fort Greely, Alaska, and quite honestly, they're there to make sure that Iran and North Korea know that if they attack us, that we can take out that limited strike, and that we can absolutely, I think pulverize might be a good word, but that we can actually completely annihilate them if that takes place. The danger, of course, is not a country that has all of these nuclear weapons that is deterred. The danger is a rogue nation or some idiocy on the part of some terrorist that has just one. And so we have to be able to have that nuclear weapons, that nuclear missile capability to knock down those first 2 or 3 so that they know that our response is certain and capable, so that they're not going to. But that is still the equation that we have, is the ability. But that is still the equation that we have, is the ability to deter an enemy with an unimaginable response. And we just need to make sure that no one can start that process off without that deterrent being in place.
Frank, you mentioned that here. Please. Couple of quick comments. All the more reason we need space-based systems, because if you have a 10 MIRV missile that is launched,
if you take it out before the warhead's separated, either the boost or the post-boost phase, a single shot destroys 10 warheads. If, however, you have warhead separation, now there's 10 coming at you. So that's another reason why you want to move very quickly towards space-based systems. The other thing is we need to be able to detect, we need to use all the emerging detection technologies because, for example, one of the strikes that we could face is you get some freighter under a Liberian flag which launches from just in international waters, launches a missile with the intention of taking out, it could even be a missile that is not capable of taking out the entire grid. You put it over Pennsylvania at about 30 miles and you take out 2/3 of our grid. That's a pretty good start. And you then, meanwhile, the launching pad is blown up. You may not know who did it. So you better have something in place, some sort of a picket fence, and use low-orbit satellites in various configurations so that you can take it out even if you don't know who fired it.
Good. Good job. Excellent.
Yes. That's good. Thank you.
All right. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Great. This building was built, or this building was taken over maybe in 1921, and I think the sound system was maybe put in right around that time, too. Okay. So I first want to thank my Korean colleagues here, okay? General, all of them, a big round of applause. General Shen, thank you so much. Really, really just outstanding comments and scary, you know, like Charlie's presentation this morning, my brother Charlie's presentation, General Flynn was stark. You know, if I wrote some notes here to kind of just close it out today, a couple of little bits of pieces of information so people have some things accurate, okay? The war in Ukraine did not start in 2022. Okay, it did not start after Joe Biden, you know, became the fake president. It started actually in February of 2014. So that's when the war started. So that war has been going on for over 10 years. 10 years. That length of a war, because, you know, all the discussions that we had today all include this, I call it an axis of resistance, okay, that we are facing. You know, all the guys that have served in the military that you heard up here today, all of us, none of us want war, right? None of us, not what's, you know, we don't, it's not like we're not out there going, let's go to war. Bullshit, right? But I want people to understand the accuracy of history, okay? So, as I can tell you, it was 2 days after the Sochi Olympics ended, okay? In February of 2014, and they moved pretty quickly. The Russians moved pretty quickly. Now it's been 10 years. Okay, so 10 years of anything, 10 years of war will wear you out. As my brother Charlie talked about this morning, or the beginning of this thing, they've been having to pull a lot of logistics out of their Far East military district. Okay? On a battlefield, there is something called, you know, we do war gaming. It's action, reaction, counteraction. So on a battlefield, tactically, action, reaction, counteraction, right? Strategically, the same thing happens. And so when I watch China and Russia and North Korea, which are sub-partners, or Iran, which is a sub-player, Venezuela, which is a sub-player, Cuba, which hasn't been mentioned but just now is a sub-player. But this is part of this axis that we are facing. Okay? So when President Trump or any president goes to sit down with, between the United States and Russia, it's not, especially today, it's not just to talk about finishing or figuring out a way out of this war, this losing war in Eastern Europe. It's also to negotiate what, from a U.S. very selfish, self-interested way, what do I want Russia to be doing about Cuba or about Venezuela? Because I want to tell Putin to knock it off. I want to tell China owns or has a vested interest in 80% of the ports globally. 80. Okay? The major ports, in fact, they're building many of them. 80% own or they have a major interest in the ports globally. Okay? So, and China, and I hope I'm still live streaming, I think we still are. So when any president of the United States, okay, and I'll just use Trump because he's there now, but Trump's a good one because he's a good example of it. He'll get on that phone and he'll say, I just had a great call with Xi, right? Just had a great call with the President Xi. And he'll tell the world, he'll post it at 3 o'clock in the morning on True Social, and he'll go out on X, and he'll say, I had a great call, we're going to have a great deal, we're going to have a great friendship, we're going to have a great partnership. And he tells all of his members of his team. And he tells the world that because that's kind of how we operate, right? We're trying to be very transparent. And he thinks that he had a really good call, and Xi said everything that Trump needed him to say. When Xi hangs up, he tells his guys, he tells his CCP buddies, we are going to continue to screw America to the ground. Okay? That's exactly right. He turns to his guys and he says, we're not going to do any of that. In fact, we're either going to delay, it's a flat-out lie. I wrote a paper a while back called basically Flynn's Rules of Diplomacy. Rule number 1, you can go look it up. It's a really good one, too. But rule number 1 is the U.S. should not lie in diplomacy. So where's my diplomat? Right here, right? 47 years. Right? You don't want to go into a diplomatic discussion and be told that you are going to go lie to your counterpart, right? And especially, coming from the country that you came from. You would not do that, right? Democracies are not supposed to do that. Other countries, this axis of resistance, they will walk into a conversation and they will lie to you. They'll lie right to your face. They'll lie right to your face. That's the war that we are in. And people need to understand it. When we talk about missiles and all this stuff, that's 4th generation warfare. Okay, sticks and stones is 1st generation warfare. We're in another era of warfare. Completely different era of warfare. It doesn't mean that the hypersonic missiles and all this physical stuff can't happen. It certainly can. And it does happen in different parts of the world right now. But we are in a time where, where there is democracy, freedom generally reigns. Where there's democracy, freedom reigns. And we talked about it and touched on it in here today. When you think about the countries, China ought to be on their knees thanking the United States of America that imperialism did not reign during World War II. Otherwise, imperialism under the Japanese system back then would be all the way over, damn near to modern day Iran. Okay? Because Pakistan didn't exist prior to World War II. Okay? It was created after. The Burma Road, right? There's so much history that we can talk all the details of some event, but there's a geostrategic and geopolitical history that we have to understand that connects us all. I mean, I would love to say we're going to have, let's let peace break out, right? Let's let peace break out. That's what I want. I mean, that's what I would love to see. But that's not human nature. It's not human nature. War is the norm. Peace is the aberration in human nature. Our country, the United States of America, well, I mean, Korea has been at war. So I was just going to say our country's been at war for the last 25 years, actually since I was a kid. If I tie Vietnam in, maybe there was a little break after the Korean War. I mean, Korea's been at war for 75 years. Is that about how long it is right now? Right? So we have to be seriously realistic. And, it's not about being a neocon, because the neocons I don't like. I don't like these people that are like, yeah, yes, we got to continue to go to war. Because there is a machinery that benefits from that, right? Like I'm very public about this if you follow me real closely. I mean, the military-industrial complex, right, that Eisenhower warned about, right? There's a military-industrial complex over in Europe as well. There's a military-industrial complex, in the Republic of Korea. And part of it, part of that reason why it exists is because there's an adversary who will lie to you. And I was fascinated by the generals. For those that paid attention, it's very important. Because I think what the general talked about of the North Korean dynasty was fascinating. I'd never heard it told like that, ever. And I've been, looking at this problem for a long time. I just never thought about it like that. I know that I've had conversations where we've used the word dynasty, but we never thought about it in the terms that the general raised today. Because once the dynasty is dead, where does it go? What happens? Right? What happens? Could something happen, right, where Kim Jong-un suddenly dies of a heart attack because that's the lineage of his grandfather, his father. And the guy's overweight, he smokes too much and he drinks too much, right? I mean, God. Send him to see Bobby Kennedy, right? But God help us. But you see it, but it's true. It's very true. So anyway, we have to be really realistic about what it is that, for this audience. And this audience is really kind of the essence is this partnership because of our friendship, between the Republic of Korea, the United States, friends that we have had over many, many years. Who have served and sacrificed together, right? And it's also about bringing, different foundations and people together because the United States of America, we can't win things alone. And that, like I say, very strategically, one man down the street here can't do it alone. I don't care who's in that White House. Now, I do because I don't want some nut job pro-communist lefty. I don't. I mean, I definitely don't. And thank God we have what we have, okay? But moving forward, because time goes by very quickly. I mean, if it took 10 years, God, I mean, more than that, actually, probably. I mean, the F-35 program, all these different programs. Who was it that said the F-16 earlier today said, where's the gentleman from Taiwan? Huh? Yeah, he probably left already. I don't think they've gotten him yet, Somebody signed the deal in 2017. They still don't have them. So the one thing in warfare that you have to understand is you have to understand geography or topography or terrain. You must. And how, where there are weaknesses, where there are strengths, where there are channels, where there are lines of communication, where you take advantage. A lot of what we didn't talk about today, one of the elements that we didn't talk about, is we mentioned space, cyber, navies, air forces, diplomacy, information. We didn't talk too much, there was a little bit of touching on it, about subsurface, okay? Because all that blue water, right, out there in the Pacific. Subsurface, now somebody mentioned, I forget who, somebody mentioned buoys, that the Chinese put buoys out, right? Somebody mentioned that. Very astute, whoever said that. But we have a lot of submarines out there. There's a lot of things going on underneath the surface of the ocean. It's not just, whales singing, right? It's a lot of stuff. I mean, the number of, I think, and I maybe, don't hold me to it, but I think the number of submarines not as good that the Chinese have over the United States is like 3-1. Right? Now, they're a little bit noisier, less maneuverable, less stealthy. But that part of this dynamic of the sort of dog-eat-dog world that we are in, it requires us to rethink. Because I'll tell you, we're taught this, in some of the more senior leadership schools that I've been to, don't fight the last war, right? Which is typically what we're doing, and we're doing it right now. We're actually still kind of fighting last war. There are enough brilliant people that we do have in our system where we're talking about the Golden Dome. We're talking about, somebody, when we were talking about artificial intelligence, Lara really pushed, and I like that because it's like, well, who's the experts, right? Really, who knows? Is it some, 12-year-old in his mother's basement, right? I mean, what is artificial intelligence, right? What does it do? And robotics. I listened to Elon Musk talking about robotics, and he says, we're all going to be, happy. You're not going to have to work. You're going to be making a living just fine, and everybody's going to have a robot, right? I mean, okay. Anyway, okay. So the big contest, the big global contest that's going on right now, okay, so no matter what we do on the Korean Peninsula, because I'm a big one for unification, I'd love to see that happen, and I'd love to see it in my lifetime, right? But the big contest is globalism versus essentially the protection of national sovereignty. Okay? I mean, and really, what is the word? It is, what's the ism? It's nationalism. It's ism, a belief in something. National is a belief in your nation. So if you believe in your nation and you believe that you want to protect your nation, you want to have your own sovereignty, your own economy, your own culture, you want to protect all of that. You want to have your religion, whatever it is, or you want to have a multiple, a sort of a multicultural religious society like the United States has, with all due respect to assimilating to our country. I mean, with all the freedoms that we do allow in this country. But that's the big contest: globalism versus nationalism. That's happening. Okay, and there's a completely new alignment going on in Europe right now. It definitely is going on in Africa, but there's a new alignment going on in Europe. Huge alignment that's shifting. And it's shifting because of all this nonsense about illegal immigration. There is an awakening in the Pacific. Okay, and there's a potential alignment out there. I've never seen as much talk about should we continue to have the Five Eyes. Everybody knows what the Five Eyes is in the world of intelligence, right? Right. It's all the sort of the white nations after World War II, right? New Zealand, Canada, UK, us, right? So the Five Eyes, right? I mean, I've never seen so much talk about eliminating that, or should we even have that anymore? I'm fine with pulling out of NATO. I'm fine with pulling out of NATO. Now, what does that mean? I mean, so, it's, you can clap for it, but there's a consequence. There's a consequence to it. But I will tell you, NATO has completely lost its way. Completely lost its way. So now what I'm getting into is alliances. Because I think, as we've heard here today about Korea, there's an alliance that's built, based on bloodshed, right? And so that's a different kind of alliance, because the word ally and alliance have very specific definition versus a friend. Okay, allies, alliances, they kind of come and go. Treaties come and go. I mean, we've lied about so many treaties, but friends actually stick together, and they stick together through thick and thin, and they stick together because of the original reason for becoming a friend. And we have some of those around the world, some, not all. And some of those friendships, more than alliances, some of those friendships are starting to disintegrate Not because of the people that we made friends with originally, because their entire systems are changing. Their entire cultures are changing. Whereas like Korea or Japan and some other, Taiwan is another one, the cultures have remained monolithic for the most part. They've maintained they're fighting to maintain their own culture. They're fighting to maintain their way of life. And they're fighting to do it because they want freedom. They want freedom. I mean, I would love to think that China would implode if they attack Taiwan. China can lose our entire population and are willing to do so if it meant staying in power. Not 300, not 2 million soldiers. They can lose our United States population, which is about, let's just say it's 320 million. They can lose the entire population. If it meant staying in power, they'd be willing to do it. They'd be willing to do it. They're that desperate. They're that desperate. Okay, so we have to be honest when we talk about what we have. You know, the thing about George Washington, if you never have, for those Americans that are here, go read George Washington's farewell address, which he wrote. You know, they didn't go out and give an address on TV or something like that, right? He actually wrote it down and he published it in one of the papers at the time. It's a fascinating document, fascinating farewell to a country that wasn't there at the beginning, and then 8 years later it was, right? And he's the reason why we have 2 terms as a president. In his farewell address, written farewell address, it was a warning. It was a warning. And it's like, you know, after all the stuff that a guy like him had been through at the very beginning, at this fledgling nation, he is warning. And when you read it, it's like he wrote it today. It's like George Washington, 240, whatever, 2 years ago, maybe now, right? It's like he wrote it as though he were alive today. You should read it. You should read it. It's not that long of a read, and it's like, holy crap, you know? Talking about allies, talking about don't get entangled overseas too much, right? Be careful, be careful who you do get entangled with. Be careful who you do rely on overseas. And watch your back at home. Not because there was terrorists, because he was worried about the political dynamics. You know, I mean, we've all felt it. So fascinating. And that's what we have to really understand is the clear education about who we are and what we're doing and this idea about friendship. So, you know, what was today about? Today was really about understanding. You know, it's about learning, you know, a little bit about sort of the wider picture. And then hearing from some people that were up here today, you know, the second panel, I think, the one that Larry did, those were really people that are in our government, right? Member of Congress, Assistant Secretary of State. I mean, in some very serious positions. And, you know, and I like Colonel Mills because he's a very candid guy. That's why I like having him here. And it was great with the congressman. He was very good, too. I appreciate that. We cannot, first rule of diplomacy, do not lie. Okay? If you're familiar with the Budapest Accords of 1994, it's one big lie. One big lie. And there was one person at that table by the name of Gorbachev, and the other 3 were all members of the West, right? And it's one big lie that led to one big problem, which is what we're facing in Europe, right? And what we're facing in the Middle East, and what we're facing in Venezuela, and what is happening out in the Pacific. Like my brother Charlie talked about, you know, he gave the historic example of 1931, this, for those that were here, about, you know, that's really when World War II started, right? It was 1931, an incident, and then it lasted. The United States of America, we were only in World War II for actually less than 2.5 years, right? So we went in, you know, big, you know, we had brought all of our strength, and and we were able to finish it, but it's massive cost. So we're, like you said, and I totally agree with them. We're in that 10-year period right now. We're just not sure exactly where in that 10-year period we're in, from 1931 to 1941 and the attack on Pearl Harbor, which, the anniversary was last Sunday. So where are we, Because I can feel it. I can feel it. And last thing that I would say is that war never starts where you think it's going to start. It never does, and you never get it right. You can't predict any of it. It's just so unpredictable. It never starts where you think it's going to be. And so, as I look at the problems, and now I'm talking about my selfish self-interest, okay? So I'm not talking about Korea right now. I'm talking about the United States of America. Because we all have this same problem. It's just here we're feeling it here in the United States. So when we're talking about our alliances and our friendships with Korea or anybody, the United States is going through a very, very historically challenging time right now. And we, as you just highlighted in your last remarks, that's what struck me. We no longer have the protection of oceans any longer. Okay, like when we used to, the problems were always over there, right? Over there, right? I mean, there's songs out of World War I, right? They called it the Great War. Over there. I mean, right? I mean, it's a song. Because we always felt very protected here. Because we had these two big, beautiful oceans, and we could always see the navies coming at us. Maybe we could see the missiles, and we could, as they started to develop, right, the missile war against Great Britain at the time during World War II with the V rockets. I mean, that freaked everybody out. I was like, holy crap, So there's a lot there, but that doesn't exist anymore. So for the non-U.S. that are here, because I know that there's a few, and I appreciate you all taking the time to be here, I need you to understand, and you may not hear it from the administration. It depends. But it depends on what they want to say. It depends on how they want to deploy information. But I'm telling you that the United States of America is going through a very historic period where the enemy is right here. Okay, and we are facing an enemy right here at home. Okay, and who's who's fueling it? China. No doubt. 100%. Now, how do they do it? The ways that they do it. And somebody mentioned unrestricted warfare, right? You might ask John Mills, I think. Unrestricted warfare is a war conducted without rules. That's the definition of it. Okay? Is war conducted without rules, right? It was written in 1998 by two Chinese colonels who I actually met. Okay, and they did an addendum in 2003, not this past year. They wrote another update to it in 2003. And I'll do a shameless plug, because I've studied this and I've looked at a lot of things. Like this right here. This is I'm working with Epoch Times. This right here is a book, and it's it's the manuscript. It's done, and the title is How to Destroy China. Now they might not like that. I might change that. I don't know. I don't. But because I know we're live streaming and the Chinese, they watch. But basically, when we talk about warfare, you got to understand war. And you can be a businessman and you can say, okay, I understand warfare. I've read Sun Tzu, right? I've read The Art of the Deal. No. War is very physical, and it is incredibly intellectual. So, what we have to do is we have to read from the idea of not just business and economics and diplomacy and all these other things, because they all matter. We have to understand, what are they saying? What are they writing? What are they following? Right? Somebody mentioned NSC, what was it, 68? Somebody talked about that earlier. I mean, that was classified until 1996 or 1997. Classified. Believe me, all kinds of countries trying to figure that one out. But when it became unclassified, it was a bestseller in every communist country. You know that? It was all the same. It was like printed, and sent around to every communist country. Everybody was reading it because that was the Kennan plan to defeat the Soviet Union, right? The Russian or the Chinese, they wrote a manual called Unrestricted Warfare, and it's a really simple read. And and I'm sitting here going through my own machinations. I'm thinking to myself, well, what's the counter to it, right? Do we have a doctrine for it? No. I've been responsible for writing doctrine, writing national security strategies, being involved in all kinds of, diplomatic talking points and stuff like that. But we don't have a manual. We don't have something that says this is how you defeat unrestricted warfare. Because you have to be in a democracy. You have to have rules. You have to have rules. But that's our strength. That is our strength. And we need to stick the truth in their eye all the time. So if we say something to them, we must do it. Okay? A president cannot, or anybody, but certainly a president of the United States, can't say something and then go, well, we'll see what happens. The president's got to say something and do it. And when you have an internal, this is back to the United States again, when you have an internal foe that is stopping or subverting the very orders that you're giving to the country and certainly to the government that's supposed to execute on behalf of a president, that's a problem. It's a problem. We're kind of dealing with that right now. So I just want everybody to this is not like, oh yeah, everything's wonderful, right? Great. No, this is like a really serious time. It's a very, very serious time. Because I can tell you that I know what the size of our military is. I know what the size of our diplomatic corps is. I know where things are around the world. And I know how these things function and operate. And if there's another outbreak somewhere else that's a little bit more than we can handle, we're in a tough spot. We're in a tough spot. I mean, we used to think that, wherever we had a carrier that was like the aircraft carrier now, that was like a big, we got one down in the Gulf of America right now. Wherever our aircraft carriers were, that was where American strength existed, right? That's where we were at. And there was a demonstration of power. I mean, you can send 1,000 drones that cost you $50 a pop and destroy an aircraft carrier. The Yemenis, the Houthis, almost did with one missile. Okay? With one missile. We had an aircraft carrier, I don't know, a year and a half ago, had to do evasive maneuvers literally at the last minute and steered to a point where they were at full speed and had to turn so the missile would miss it. That's from the Houthi rebels in basically in Yemen. I mean, that's one missile that is kind of guided. So imagine all the other things that we have today. So anyway, yeah. You want to say something? Okay, come on up. I'll keep going. Well, my last thing before Shin comes up is to say that really on behalf of the Gold Institute, we're really honored. And Ellie, thank you so much for helping bring me in here and put all this together. I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you. Once again, I really appreciate that my big mentor and my boss, still my boss, to General Flynn. Let's give him a big hand. Before we close today's great conference, I'd like to invite my president, General Retired Im Ho-young, for his final comments. He's not going to talk about the North Korea or China or whatever, but he's going to talk a little bit about our alliance and how, actually, for the United States, there are many allies, but for the Koreans, the United States is the only ally, and Korea is the only country that even after the Korean War during the last 70 years, come back to the war veterans and say thank you at the Korean War Memorial. Actually, today, we together all the Koreans, so whenever they come to the States in Washington, D.C., we always visit the Korean War Memorial and pay respect, and we have a wreath-laying ceremony at every time. So if you want to see the Koreans who are visiting the United States, if you go to the Korean War Veterans Memorial, you will see that the Koreans. And that's the Korea, and I think that's the ally to the United States. Korea is your true friend, and so I know that the General Leem is going to learn English for the next.
And my uncles fought together in Vietnam, facing the same challenges. And my brothers and sisters fought together in Iraq and Afghanistan. We are always on the same page. It's the spirit of ROK-U.S. alliance. And the last slogan of the CFC is like that. In Korean, 같이 갑시다. In English, we go together. Thank you very much.